Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this Info Day on the Innovation Fund 2024 calls. We have close to 3,000 persons registered for the event, so I don't know how many are online, but we are a numerous group. My name is Maria Alfayate. I'm the Deputy Head of Unit of the Innovation Fund at CINEA, and I will be with you moderating during the day. I have many colleagues around me, and you will have them presenting to you different elements of the call, of the framework, political framework and implementation framework very soon. And let me first start by a disclaimer. We are recording the event today. It will be available online, as well as all the information, all the slides that are going to be presented. In case there is a conflict between the info on the slides and the information which is given today and the call text, which is available in the Funding Attendance portal, as well as the frequently asked questions, these two have a precedent over what will be said today. So this is the agenda for the day. We have a rather packed day. We will go through many different elements. And I think with no more delay, I will introduce the first speaker. Yes, we are going to communicate with you with a Slido because we are here, but we are numerous, but we are not with you. So we are going to use a Slido to communicate with you. You have the QR code there. You can also go to slido.com and enter the code, which is hashtag IF24 Call. There you can post your questions or your comments. We will be answering questions. We have a group of colleagues who will be answering questions already during the event. And then when we'll have the Q&A session, so a couple of times in the morning and the same in the afternoon, we will answer some of them, if you want, live here. If you have posted the question and it has not been answered, please be aware that eventually can be because it relates to some of the sections that we will cover later. So we'll try to organize as well that the Q&A match the interventions. And now, yes, I pass on the floor to Alessandro Pacot, who is Director for for Innovation for Low Carbon Resilient Economy at CLIMA. So, Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria, and good morning, colleagues. We're here in the room with a number of colleagues from DG CLIMA and CINEA, and I would like to welcome you while you are online to this Info Day on the Innovation Fund, last call. And I would really like to welcome you because this is going to be an important day to really go through all the details of the various calls. But let me first give you a bit of a context. Why is the Innovation Fund so important? You will know that we are now having the third week of the new leadership of the Commission, and the message is very clear. We stay the course on the European Green Deal. We stay the course on climate action. Why? Because it is so important, of course, to fight climate change, but also it is so essential to ensure competitiveness of European industry. We need to decarbonize to be competitive, but we also need to have a business case to decarbonize. So competitiveness and decarbonization go really hand in hand. And it is also what the Draghi report is about. It is about decarbonization, a key driver for growth, if all the conditions are aligned. This is one of his quotes. And this is why it is so important to align the various policies to our competitiveness agenda. And this is also why the new Commission, as one of its first deliverables, will adopt the Clean Industrial Deal in the first 100 days. And Clean Industrial Deal will mean a lot about business case, create business case for decarbonization. And that's why the Innovation Fund plays such a key role, because this is really the flagship instrument at European level, financed by the ETS, to support decarbonization in industry, in the various fields, as you know, support first of a kind, but also scaling up of innovative projects. So far, the Innovation Fund has been very successful. 20 billion euros awarded, more than 200 projects selected. I think this is really also showing that when we organize at European level a competition, it proves to really help finding the best projects out there and to be able to support them through grants. It also has been a very successful instrument because we've been able to respond to policy priorities, to policy needs, and also will be a very important feature, as I said, in the Clean Industrial Deal follow-up. Let me also underline that with these new calls that we will be presenting to you, we want first to have continuity, but also provide new features. And this is what we will be explaining to you today. Stability in terms of the budget. So you will have seen that overall the budget available this year is comparable to last year. We will also have a general call for net zero technologies covering different scales, as you know already, but also clean tech manufacturing. What is new is we will have a new batteries cell manufacturing call for electric vehicles, and this is a new feature that will be also explained to you later today. And as we did last year, we will continue with auction of renewable hydrogen production. This has been a very successful pilot this year, and we want to continue with an increased budget. What is also new in the, I would say, features of the Innovation Fund for this year is that, as you know, our budget is limited, and many of the very, very good projects do not get supported, financed, due to a limited budget that we have available. So what we have now put in place is a service that we offer to member states through auction as a service, but also grant as a service, where we say to member states, you can come and pull national resources into the envelope available for the Innovation Fund. You will be able to then support projects within your territory, and you get also a facilitation on the state aids. We believe that this is really an important feature of the Innovation Fund, because that will really increase the firepower that we can do, and also make sure that all the very, very good projects that are coming from the different industry sectors can be actually supported. So to conclude, we're here at your service as well. This is really how we want to present to you the Innovation Fund. This is to help you. We want you to prepare excellent applications. What is very also interesting is we see that the success rates of the application has increased quite a lot during the last call. So it means that you as applicants get better prepared, and we're very happy about that. We really would like you to make a difference, get good projects off the ground, and we are really here to help you. I would like finally to really thank my colleagues who have been working very hard during the last months to prepare this call, but also the colleagues in CINEA, who are really doing an amazing work to prepare all of this and also follow all the, I would say, the process of the Innovation Fund, not only the publication of the calls, the evaluation, but also the grant agreement and everything. So a big thank you to the colleagues in CINEA. There are many here in the room. But I would like to give the floor to Paloma, who is director in CINEA. Thank you.
Good morning also on my side, and thank you, Alexander, for the insightful introduction of the policy context that we have today, and also how you have illustrated well how the Innovation Fund is fitting with the new college priorities. It's not only about matching the European Green Deal in the past, but also, it's an important instrument for our competitiveness, and particularly in the long term. And it is very much my pleasure also to welcome you on behalf of the Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, who has been supporting the European Commission in the implementation of the Innovation Fund. And over the next day and tomorrow as well, my colleagues, together with the colleagues of the European Commission, will present you the key features of these calls, also their work criteria, but also this will be an opportunity to share with you key lessons learned and also good tips that we hope will help you to present, very good proposals. Since 2020, I'm proud to say that we have collectively, the European Commission together with CINEA, organized 8 calls for proposals where we have received more than 1,500 proposals, and we have already granted 12 billion to a good number of projects. And each call has diversified further our portfolio into new industries and sectors, and very recently the maritime and the aviation sector, and realizing not only environmental benefits but also economic ones to the society. And these 12 billion that we have allocated consist about 208 projects across 26 countries within the European Union and the European Economic Area. And many of these projects are cross-cutting, demonstrating that low-carbon innovations can succeed across various value chains, countries, and project sizes. And as you know, or most probably know, we also launched another auction on renewable hydrogen last 3rd December, for which we had an info session last week. But today we are concentrating on these 2 calls. Is the Net Zero Technologies call with a budget of 2.4 billion euros, and which covers 5 topics: large, medium, and small-scale projects, clean tech manufacturing, and pilot projects. And the call for proposals cover a very large number of sectors and industries, from low-carbon innovations in energy-intensive industries, renewable energy, energy storage, carbon capture, use and storage, and maritime and aviation sectors. And this year, especially, we are launching a dedicated call for electric vehicle battery cell manufacturing, which has a budget of 1 billion euros. And this call intends to boost Europe's industrial capacity to meet the growing demand for electric vehicles, battery supplies manufactured in Europe. And I'm confident that these 2 calls will attract many high-quality projects, allowing many of you to benefit from the available funding. I would particularly encourage those projects within the small-scale and middle-scale topic, and I hope that you will all come with very good proposals. Just to conclude, I would like to say that the Innovation Fund already walked the talk by developing and supporting the best clean tech projects in Europe. We are building all together, a strong low-carbon investment pipeline that I hope that will help the European Union business to flourish. We are here to support you, not only today during this session, but also along your application process. We have a help desk who will reply to all the questions that you will have. So good luck. I wish you a very good, engaging and productive sections today, and I hope that you will find this session interesting. So that's all on my side. I would like to hand over to João Serrano Gomez from the European Commission DG Climate, who will come next.
Thank you, Paloma. Good morning also everyone from my side. Thank you. So So I will now take you through the let's say the main features of the call. So an overview, of course, as mentioned before, the let's say the main reference is the call text, but I'll try to highlight the main elements of the call, or with some maybe special attention on the new elements, or where some additional clarifications have been added in this particular call. So I would like to say that this slide summarizes everything. Well, fortunately, of course, there is a lot more, but this can be a very first reference and highlighting, I think, some of the key elements. And I would like to highlight regarding the call deadline. So you know that it has been published on the 3rd of December. But let's say the deadline for applications is the 24th of April. We know that the process is a complex process to prepare an application. So particularly for those who are maybe new to the instrument, we'd like to recommend that you already start at this stage, maybe to get familiar with the different methodologies, the different elements that are specific to the Innovation Fund, and of course, also, so by familiarizing yourself, also to see what, let's say, what possible support you may need to prepare a good application. So, so I understand not to wait until let's say, until the very last period to prepare one good application. So overall the results or the evaluation is expected to run until over the summer, with results expected by the fourth quarter of 2025. I think here would also like to mention regarding let's say the support elements for this call. As you know, there is a total budget of 2.4 billion euros for the grants. I will detail how this is split within the different topics. But apart from this, I think it's also important to highlight two elements. One that to some extent was introduced in the previous call, so in the IF23, which is the step seal. I will detail a bit further what are the possibilities there, but here to in a way to highlight that with the step seal, so the possibilities also go or can go beyond the Innovation Fund support, so by receiving such a seal. And what has been added is a new feature actually for this call, which is a possibility to have grants as a service. So with the grants as a service, to some extent the intention is also to leverage on the good process and to some extent on the high level of quality projects that are submitted within the Innovation Fund process. As you know, the resources available do not allow to support all of those good projects, but the idea here is actually to create a possibility for member states, of course, to make also additional resources available that would, to some extent, make use of this, let's say, of the results and of the let's say, of the good projects received, and therefore have this possibility of, to some extent, also supporting this project, so leveraging on the good, on what has been in a way positively assessed with the Innovation Fund. So as you know, it's not an entirely new feature within the Innovation Fund, so it builds on the positive, also on the positive results that we've had with the auctions, where the feature was first introduced, so with the auctions as a service, and this to some extent mimics this exercise, and therefore also aiming at streamlining the state aid with this exercise. So the member states have up to, well, have until the 3 months after the call was published to basically to communicate this interest to go through this route. I mentioned on the step seal. So as mentioned before, this is indeed for projects that are, to some extent, above all the minimum thresholds of the award criteria. So they are all positively assessed. So it's not only attributed to those selected to receive the Innovation Fund support, but also, to some extent, all above that. Let's say those minimum thresholds within the evaluation of the call. For those there is a consent request that they have to some extent to give or not regarding the possible publication of those details in the step portal. And here it's summarized to some extent what are the opportunities, the existing opportunities for such projects regarding other supporting instruments, going from the modernization fund, also recovery and resilience facilities. So different, of course, these different instruments, they have their own, of course, their own application process. But to some extent, the step seal facilitates this, or is there also to some extent to facilitate that let's say that application and going through those other instruments. Now focusing on this particular call, to some extent it builds. So it builds a lot on in a way on the positive design that we had in IF23 regarding the topics. So we have 3 general topics that are split based on the project size. So going from small, medium, and large scale projects. To some extent the eligibility and the coverage is very much the same for all the different topics. Clearly, what is different, of course, is the budget available for each of the topics. So with small scale, there is a total budget available of 100 million. For medium scale, 200 million. For the large scale, 1.2 billion euros available for the topic. Then we have the clean tech manufacturing for components with a total budget of 700 million. We will go through let's say a bit of the details on the eligibility, on the coverage. Here, of course, there is one particular element to be taken into account. Is, as you know, we have in parallel a dedicated call for EV battery manufacturing, and of course, with that in mind, this so the project falling in scope of this specific call will not, well, do not basically would have to apply under that call and not under the IF24 calls. But more on that a bit later. And the last topic, the pilot projects topic, with a total budget of 200 million. Again, here it's a continuation from IF23. The first time this was introduced was in the 2022 call, where we have seen indeed also an increasing interest in this particular topic, and therefore it's also maintained for the IF24. The award criteria for the call. So the overall design, as mentioned, is overall maintained compared to 2024 to 2023. So we have the 5 award criteria. We will go through or we'll go in detail through them more this afternoon. But here, I think what is very important to highlight is particularly on the replicability. Up until now, the replicability was one overall criteria addressing several elements. There was a clear intention now to some extent to better define the specific elements to be addressed under this criteria. It was broken down in 3, to some extent, sub-criteria. One on the efficiency gains and multiple environmental impacts. A second one addressing the further deployment potential and technology transfer, and a third one on Europe's industrial leadership and competitiveness, with again specific elements more detailed in the specific sub-criteria. On top of the 5 award criteria, we maintain the 4 bonus points. Some additional details have been again provided on the definition of the bonus points, aimed at improving also the let's say the clarity to the application on understanding how to better address such elements. So and again, we will have more details on that when we go through the specific presentations later on. So now going through the topics, as mentioned, the call text is your main reference. However, I want to highlight let's say the general elements of the topics. As mentioned, for the 3 large, or for the 3 general topics, medium, small, and large, it's the same, to some extent, the same objectives and the same eligibility and the same type of activities that are covered. So for those topics, of course the main objective is accelerating the decarbonization of EU ETS sectors, referring to Annex 1 and Annex 3 of the EU ETS. So it was a novelty to some extent in the last call regarding the extension to the maritime sector. Of course, this is maintained, the coverage, so including maritime, also also the clarification regarding the aviation, but also in terms of the Annex 3 sectors regarding road transport and the building sector is also so are clearly also elements very much covered by these topics. Again, continuing also in the let's say the support for existing sectors regarding energy-intensive industries, renewables, CCS, and energy storage, and so on. So within these activities, it's not only to some extent the decarbonization of technologies and processes, but also product substitution is also an element to consider, and as mentioned, also regarding CCS and utilization also being covered by this general topic. So a bit going through a bit more in detail. I think there are maybe 2 elements that I would like to highlight here. One regarding to some extent the link with the other, to some extent the other call that is open on regarding the RFNBO hydrogen auction. So so to some extent comparing with that call, it is I think it is also worthwhile to mention that energy use in industry is let's say is eligible under under these topics. Regarding to some extent the installation and operation of electrolyzers electrolyzer technologies, here to some extent it is recommend to in a way to compare the possibility of either applying through the hydrogen auction or through this call. So to some extent to take into account the level of the innovation of let's say of the proposed project. So in that regard, if a more mature electrolyzer technologies, that it would be most likely then better suited with the hydrogen auction. Otherwise, again, if there is some relevant level of innovation to be that it would then be eligible under this topic. The second element that I would like to mention is regarding the maritime and aviation. So again, support to be provided for such for technologies that decarbonize the sector, possibility also to include innovative infrastructure, but very much linked also with to some extent with the decarbonization of the, again, maritime transport or aviation transport. Regarding the regarding some elements on in a way when designing let's say your application, that for those maybe already more familiar, this in a way we are maintaining, or we to some extent we keep the general elements. For those maybe less familiar, this will be relevant to have in mind, so that the project must operate at least 5 years and enter into operation at least 3 years if for a small scale or for a pallet. So there is a differentiation regarding to some extent the size of the project, or if it's a pallet. So this is after the entry operation. So there is a particular attention to some extent on the building of EU industrial capacity. This, as mentioned, is also linked with the sub-criteria on the replicability that mentioned before, and very important, there are two minimum thresholds that the project needs to some extent to fulfill. One is regarding the GHG emission avoidance. So there is a threshold of 50%, and this is to some extent, well, this is assessed under the GHG award criteria. But again, it's very much linked with, of course, with the one of the main objectives of the fund. So to have to promote the decarbonization of the covered sectors. And the second threshold is regarding the cost efficiency ratio, where a maximum of 200 euros per ton of CO2 is set as a minimum threshold. Here, for your reference, just some successful projects taken as reference from the last call. As mentioned, as you probably already know, there were 85 projects distributed in the different pallets, or in the different topics, from pallets to the different large scale, medium scale, and small scale. Here just to highlight that indeed the coverage is spread among different sectors, different size of projects, going from storage, also on the aviation sector, but also regarding the small scale in for example for smaller for the glass sector. The award criteria I mentioned before, so I will just to some extent only leave here the table for your reference to highlight the split for the replicability. So within the three different sub-criteria, the total points for replicability is maintained. It's just that indeed it is split with 5 points for each sub-criteria. With the rest of or the remaining award criteria, overall is very much maintained the same approach as in the last call. So for the general topics, there is no, let's say, no different weighting for the different criteria. So there is a total a maximum of points of 76 points that can be attributed to a specific application. Going through the clean tech manufacturing topic, here to highlight clearly the objective for so to cover for hydrogen production or consumption, also in renewable energy storage. So with the objective of building industrial capacity in Europe, so to have supply chain resilience within EU. The activities mentioned before, but of course also worthwhile to very clearly to mention heat pumps for various uses are also part of the let's say part of the elements to be covered. And within renewable, it goes from wind, solar, geothermal, and so on. One element here that I would like to highlight regarding the clean manufacturing is that it's not only the final equipment but also subcomponents. So when classifying as a let's say component, we to some extent we allow for both these elements. There is an exclusion regarding mining activities, and there is to some extent a strong focus also, or a strong interest to some extent also on the recycling and reusing of critical materials. So this is very important to highlight. And as mentioned before, the let's say on the use side, so the use phase is eligible for the general topics, but here for the to some extent for the manufacturing topic, this would not be this would fall out of scope for this particular topic. Within the topic, a couple of elements that are in a way that have a stronger weight and therefore reflected in the scoring table regarding the degree of innovation and also the project maturity. And this is this then is translated into higher weight in terms of the scoring, but also regarding the possibility, let's say, of reaching financial close and entering into operation earlier is also positively assessed, and this is covered under the project maturity criteria. The same as for the general regarding the minimum thresholds, both on the GHG and on cost efficiency. Again, here just for your reference, some examples based on the last call. Again, with in a way showcasing the let's say the spread of different projects that have been selected in terms of production of heat pumps, also for electrolyzers and for energy storage. So to some extent there is a widespread of let's say of possibilities that have been supported already. I mentioned before let's say the weighting for a few of the award criteria. Here, this is highlighted in the scoring table. I mentioned before regarding the degree of innovation, also regarding the project maturity, but as well regarding the contribution to Europe's industrial leadership and competitiveness. This is also updated with a stronger weight in this criteria for the topic. The last topic is the pilot projects. Here, to some extent, the coverage is very similar to the general topics, but I think the main element to let's say to take into account is of course the stronger focus on the innovation, on to some extent on being a more disruptive or a breakthrough technology. So again, aiming at higher decarbonization, and that is translated into a higher threshold also in terms of the minimum GHG emissions. That, as I mentioned before in the previous topics, is kept at 50% for the pilots. This is set at 75%. And this element of the degree of innovation also translates into a higher weight of that award criteria. And worthwhile to mention that within this topic, limited production and operation is possible, but it's not required. So and of course this is also very much linked with to some extent with how the topic is designed and what is the aim of the type of technologies proposed here, or that can be the type of projects that can be proposed under this topic. So I mentioned the minimum threshold for the relative GHG. Also, there is a different, to some extent, a different threshold for the cost efficiency, where indeed it is to some extent not limited to the 200 euros threshold, but also the let's say there is a focus also in demonstrating the project viability rather than the project profitability, and therefore this update on the also on the cost efficiency ratio. Important to highlight the maximum grant for which, for the other projects, there is no, let's say, apart from the, of course, from the size of the project, there is no limitation here, whereas for the pilot projects, this is very clearly set at 40 million euros. So just again, a couple of projects for your reference. Of course, you can see more of those in the Innovation Fund website, where you will have, I think, a good list of what is already in the portfolio, and can give you also a hint of what, let's say, what are the possibilities and what is already being covered, and and possibly ideas also to support the design of your own application. On the award criteria, focusing, as mentioned, on the degree of innovation, with double the weight, and again, just highlighting the breakdown of the replicability in the 3 different sub-criteria. I'd just like to also, this is especially for those that are maybe less familiar with the Innovation Fund. We make here reference to the self-questionnaire, so that you can possibly, at least to some extent, test the possible likelihood of setting an application. Of course, it's not a binding document. It doesn't give you a final assessment, but can already give you some orientation. And we would highly welcome if you indeed if you put together such well, if you go through the questionnaire and and possibly create this to some extent your application also based on some of the suggestions that are some of the questions that are brought in this questionnaire. So you have the link here. So we would welcome if you indeed you also make use of this new tool. With this, I would pass to some extent the sticker to Evelina, and who will take us through the main features of the battery call.
Thank you, João, and good morning. Yes, that was a lot of information about the IF24 call features, and now I will talk about the second call, the IF24 battery call. Bearing in mind that tomorrow we have the entire info day devoted to this call. So take my presentation today as a teaser for tomorrow, and take it also as a help to differentiate between the eligibility of the 2 calls, and to guide you where your project belongs, whether it should apply to the general IF24 call, or whether it should apply to the battery call. That's actually the main aspect of my presentation. But before I go there, first of all, why this battery call? We can show here that actually already today we have very impressive energy storage portfolio under the Innovation Fund. We have already 9 energy storage manufacturing projects. I talk only about the manufacturing here, not the deployment. They are in several European countries, as you can see on this map. There is 7 more that were selected under IF24 Call. Actually, the storage manufacturing is the most successful under the clean tech manufacturing window. And with those projects, we cover almost entire battery value chain. The only aspect missing is actually refining processing of the raw materials. Still, I must say that this portfolio is pretty much dominated by the stationary storage. And with this call that we are opening, that we have opened on the 3rd December, dedicated batteries call, we are actually going to the electric vehicles batteries, so mobile storage, if you like. Now, it is not because it was lacking in the Innovation Fund portfolio. It is for more political reasons that we have this call. So it was announced more or less a year ago that there will be a dedicated instrument under the Innovation Fund for the manufacturing of electric vehicles batteries, and with the budget of up to 3 billion euros for the next 3 years. Why there was a need for this dedicated instrument? It is because EU and UK, they have now a trade and cooperation agreement that progressively over the years makes the requirements more stringent in terms of the European content of cars exported to the UK. UK is the key market for the EU vehicles manufacturers. And as those rules become more and more stringent, it was necessary to help the European industry to prepare for those requirements. At the same time, we, of course, have also very difficult situation of battery manufacturing sector in Europe. There is a risk of dependency on foreign imports. There is also upcoming implementing acts under the battery regulation. So we already have the battery regulation adopted and in force, but there will be a host of measures which come through the delegated acts in terms of carbon footprint, in terms of due diligence, in terms of recycling requirements. So all of this is coming, and in a way this call is preparing European players for those requirements and puts them in a pole position for the competition. So we have consulted this dedicated instruments very intensively with the stakeholders, and very quickly it became clear that the formula of the regular grants rather than auctions is preferred because it has more flexible payments, because there is possibility of the combined support. We'll talk about it in the afternoon. There was also some interest, or rather I would even say strong interest, in the lending venture debt possibilities, and a good indication of a pipeline. So with these reasons, we were reassured that the best way forward is launching what we call regular grants for proposals, so very much on the same architecture and the same requirements as what was presented by the João for other technologies, but have it dedicated to electric vehicles battery manufacturing. So with this slide, you have it, the most important information, everything in one slide. So the deadlines, they are more or less the same as for the IF24 call. We already opened. This is why we have the info day today. The budget is 1 billion for grants. There is also project development assistance, and there are also the step seals, just like for the IF24 call. So for the projects that are very good, that pass the evaluation, but simply we don't have sufficient budget for them, so they could be potentially channeled to other EU funding instruments or to the national funding possibilities. The focus, and this is really the most important part, is on manufacturing of battery cells that can be used in electric vehicles. Then a bit of novelty, award criteria. Many of them are exactly the same as under the IF24 call, but there are also 2 new additional criteria. The one is about manufacturing carbon footprint, and the second is on the security of supply. Also under replicability, under the leadership criterion, the requirements are a bit different than under the IF24 call. So here, remember, there is this different architecture of the award criteria. There is more of them. Now, when it comes to the grant distribution, we fall back on what we have in the IF24 call, so no surprises here. the same constraints in terms of the disbursement schedule. And actually, we will allow the projects that will apply to the battery call to ask for at least 3-year monitoring period. So the monitoring can last even as short as 3 years, which enables pretty fast disbursement of the support. With this, I go to the scope. Well, budget already well explained. So the scope, this has to be, the projects have to be about the cell manufacturing, cells that can be used in electric vehicles. We are open to possibility of integrated projects, so the projects will produce the cells, but in addition, they will also do upstream components, or they will do recycling. So that would be this kind of vertically integrated projects. They are welcome, but they need to always have the cell manufacturing. And also, we wouldn't like that, say, there is a huge project about recycling with tiny manufacturing of the cells. So that kind of project should rather go to the IF24 call. We are setting the limit that recycling or upstream components manufacturing, the outputs of those activities should not be more than 100% of what the cell manufacturing can consume. So hopefully this is setting the boundaries pretty clear, and what is not eligible for the batteries call normally should go to the IF24 call. By the same virtue, since I said that what matters is the EV cells manufacturing, if we see the projects which are pure assembly projects, meaning they only assemble, they put together cells into pack or modules, they would not be eligible. The same goes if this is the project which manufactures electric vehicles, then it is way further downstream, and such a project is not eligible. And remember that, okay, if they are not eligible for the battery call, that means that they can go to the IF24 call, of course, fulfilling other requirements of this call. What is also very important, and this is actually a requirement which is across all the regular grants, is that projects can apply that have not yet reached financial close at the moment of the application. Of course, there cannot be also any funding for the costs already incurred. We had quite a lot of discussions on the projects which were already constructed and still looking for the support. So here, very importantly, why we can allow for the modular scale-up, meaning there is already a production line and a new line would be added. This new line would be eligible, but this is the only flexibility that we have. On the budget for this year, it is 1 billion. Okay, I have mentioned that those cells, they need to be able to be fitted for electric vehicles. So you might ask a question, okay, what is your definition of the electric vehicle battery? Luckily, we have already battery regulation, which provides this definition. So here you have the article reference from the battery regulation, but also for convenience on this slide. So electric vehicle battery means that it will be designed for the battery that will give electric power for the hybrid or fully electric vehicle, and then all categories of vehicles are included. If you are not familiar with the type approval categories, L is light vehicles, M is passenger cars, N is vehicles carrying goods, O are trailers. So actually, all that to say that all kinds of vehicles, if battery goes to any kind of electric vehicle, then it is fine. Production of cells for such a battery is eligible under the battery call. And here, very dense slide, but hopefully helpful, trying to see very clearly what falls under the battery call and what falls under IF24 call, the Net Zero Technologies call. And please see that actually there is no overlap between the two. So there is no discussion that under one call there can be bigger competition or lighter competition, so you can strategically place the project. No, actually both calls we tried to separate their scope. So hopefully we cover all possibilities, and if not, there is of course a help desk for any more complicated cases. So yes, for the battery call, the heart of this call is, of course, electric vehicles, battery cell manufacturing, and then integrated projects with recycling or with upstream components or with both. But remember, this upstream components manufacturing or the recycling, it should not be much bigger than the battery cell manufacturing. We cap it at 100% of cell production output of the same project. Then what is excluded is if those cells are actually designed for the use in the stationary storage. What is excluded is also batteries applications. So if your project is about electric vehicles production, those pure assembly projects I was already explaining, and then standalone components manufacturing, standalone recycling activities, and also mining activities. And then if you look at the second box, which is about IF24 call, you can actually see that what is excluded under the batteries is eligible under Innovation Fund 24 call, with one exception. It is mining activities, which are not eligible neither for the battery call nor for the IF24 call. So this is hopefully useful for you. And of course, if there are more complicated cases that we haven't foreseen, happy to take them as questions today or on the help desk. Award criteria, I have already mentioned that there are two additional ones. I would like also to stress that the content of this Europe's industrial leadership and competitiveness criterion is different between IF24 call and the batteries call. We will discuss all this award criteria tomorrow in detail. So just today to remember that there is a different architecture. And today I would only like to zoom in on the degree of innovation and the resilience aspects. So here we recognize that, of course, degree of innovation, that's very much DNA of the Innovation Fund. It is very important, but we recognize that for the battery cell manufacturing, the key challenge faced by the industry players is scale-up. So scale-up is absolutely fine as a reason, as a way to demonstrate a degree of innovation, so the scale-up of the existing technology. So cell manufacturing projects, they do not need to be first of a kind. Of course, they are welcome to be. They are welcome to bring the new chemistries, for example, to the market and so on. But this is not a must. Scale-up of existing technology is absolutely fine. We open a range of options to show the innovation beyond this, new brands, new battery chemistries. So it can be about the product performance. So the battery itself will have much longer lifetime, more cycles, more resistance, and so on. The innovation can be in the manufacturing process. Innovation can be also about reduced use of raw materials, increased circularity. And you will also notice that actually in terms of scoring, degree of innovation has lower weight. There is fewer points attributed to this award criterion. I mean, that goes together with the logic that here we are not looking for the most innovative projects ever. They have to demonstrate the innovation, but they can also demonstrate it by the scale-up. In general, you will see also tomorrow that the number of points for some of award criteria is slightly different compared to the IF24 call, reflecting the importance of those aspects in the assessment. And then this battery call has also a number of resilience requirements. So first of all, under replicability, there is this contribution to EU industrial leadership and competitiveness, where we are asking projects about their European value added. What do they bring for the European industrial ecosystem? Will they create the European know-how? Will they train the workers, etc.? Under the battery call, we made tailor-made specific requirements for the battery cell manufacturing. Then battery call also has this new award criterion on the security of supply and countering dependency, where we are asking about sourcing of anode and cathode active materials from China and actually limiting them. So the less projects source those two elements from China, the better they will score under this award criterion. We also have requirement on patents. So the new patents that hopefully projects will deliver during the project duration, they must be registered in the EU member state, well, or more broadly in EEA country. And then, because we are setting those new requirements, we also have the necessary reporting duties relevant to them. Of course, if we ask about this performance, we also want to control it. And if there is a stark difference between the claims made in the application and what is delivered in the real life, of course, we have a possibility of penalties. And my last slide is about yet additional instrument available, which is closely linked to the batteries call. It is the lending possibility from the European Investment Bank. You may wonder why I want to talk about it today when we have the info days for the Innovation Fund calls. Well, the link is that actually here this funding instrument was created thanks to the Innovation Fund, because Innovation Fund provides an extra guarantee under the InvestEU to enable additional lending. So here, remember, this is about the lending, so the projects with the funding gap, well, lending might not be necessarily for them. It is open to battery manufacturing beyond even electric vehicles, so also for the stationary storage. And we believe that, considering the challenges that sector faces today, this is a very useful opportunity, and we are very happy that we could enable that with the Innovation Fund contribution, acting as a guarantee. Assessment is on a rolling basis, and you have the link where more detail is provided. And that was my last slide, so I hand over to Maria.
Thank you. Well, I will first like to thank all the speakers of the morning. We are going to open the first Q&A session. I think it's for the first time that in an info day we are ahead of schedule. And this is good news because it seems hopefully we have been efficient, and also that we will have a bit more time for questions. So we have the first question on the screen. Can the same proposal be submitted for the IF call and the IF24 call and the battery call? I think this proposal has been already explained by Evelina, but maybe you want to stress the differences?
Yes, so normally the two calls, they were designed in such a way that their scope is not overlapping. So from this you already see that it would be very difficult with the very same project come to the IF24 call and IF24 battery call. So because by the virtue of their design, but by their scope, which is not overlapping, it will simply not be possible.
Thank you very much, Evelina. We have now a question: are critical raw material processing refining included in the battery call or the general call only? Evelina, again for you.
I see there is a lot of interest in the battery call, so I'm very happy, and I invite you one more time to the info day tomorrow. But here on this very specific question, so yes, this actually aspect you have not seen on a slide, so I'm very glad that it comes with a question. If the project is only about critical raw material processing, refining, so there is no cell manufacturing, okay, then it is for the general call. So you are at the right info days. Now, if you think about configuration, that it is a very large horizontally integrated project, so they do battery cell, and they also, well, maybe they also do components, and they would also do the critical raw material processing while they do it. So like I say, huge integration. Unfortunately, this critical raw materials processing wouldn't be eligible costs. It is not within the scope of the call. So you could come with this integrated project and claim the cost of the cell manufacturing, components manufacturing, but this critical raw materials processing would not be eligible cost. It is a bit the same also for the assembly into packs and modules. If there is a big project which is producing cells but also putting them together later into packs and modules, yes, they can apply to battery call, but this aspect of packs modules would not be an eligible cost.
Thank you very much, Evelina. We have a new question. Are energy storage technologies eligible for funding under the Innovation Fund restricted to activities within the sector listed in Annex 1 and 3 of the EU ETS Directive, or do they have broader eligibility? I think, Joao, maybe you can take that one.
So yes, so overall, indeed energy storage is overall eligible for the Innovation Fund. So we have, of course, there is this, to some extent, is strongly linked also with the support for renewables and for the decarbonization of the energy sector. So, but you have so we also define regarding the possibilities for intraday storage, also for long duration type of storage. So all this, to some extent, is considered under as possible activities to be covered under as energy storage. So yeah, of course, this is very much also dependent on the type of project, but overall, the answer would be yes. There is a wider coverage of energy storage technologies.
Thank you, Joao. Okay, new question. To what extent is the information provided in the application treated as confidential? Are there specific measures in place to ensure the protection of sensitive data? I think I can maybe take this one. So in principle, I mean, when we receive the proposal, it's received through the system, and then it is evaluated by external experts. All the external experts, as well as the personnel in CINEA or in DG CLIMA who are dealing with an evaluation of any proposal, have to sign an agreement of confidentiality and no disclosure of data. So we ensure that this is really taken seriously from all the different parts, and the measures that we have basically are these ones in the moment in which it is a proposal. And later, if a proposal succeeds and it becomes a project, the same, we never disclosure any type of confidential data. When we make public any data of Innovation Fund projects, we do it in an aggregated manner and anonymized in such a way that no confidential data from any project is disclosed from the side of CINEA or DG CLIMA, without any type of agreement from the project itself. So we really put a lot of effort and give a lot of importance to this aspect. Maybe, yeah?
If I may just to comment on one point here, that and to stress that whenever indeed there is any type of information that is possibly used outside of the Innovation Fund, the applicant consent is asked for. So without this, there is basically no information being shared. So within your application process, there are maybe you will see it. There are some consent questions for specific information, but again, this is and to be used for a specific purpose. But this is also to some extent in a way more general information on the project and not going into technical information. So, but I think, we just want to stress that indeed we take very careful attention with, let's say, with this aspect within the Innovation Fund.
Thank you for the compliment, Joao. I think it was important to mention it. Can an applicant company consortium from the UK apply for the Innovation Fund and be selected? Well, maybe I can take this one. So a company which is based in the UK can apply for an Innovation Fund, provided that the project takes place in the European Union, only one of the members of the European Economic Area. This is to say, on top of the EU member states, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Iceland. It can be a company from the UK, it can be a company from somewhere else. It has to be a legal entity, so not a person, can be placed anywhere in the world as such, the company, but the project has to take place in one of the countries of the European Economic Area. Maybe we can go to next one. I think this maybe is again for Joao, I don't know. Is the aviation sector, particularly ISAF, also eligible for the pilot project?
Well, the very simple answer is yes. So of course for the pilot project, I think well, I've mentioned before, there are some specificities that indeed on the type of or the let's say the level of innovation. So possibly the type of projects that in a way that are let's say that are more targeted under that topic. But in terms of sectoral coverage, of course, aviation sector is very much within scope, and yes, possibly also ISAF production or use is clearly within scope of that topic.
Thank you, Joao. Again, don't know if we have any other questions. Yes, we have one here. The dashboard of information of projects funded in previous calls does not include yet the project funded in the fourth call, which is the 2023, when this will be available. Well, in fact, in the dashboard that we have online, we just have information on ongoing projects. Those projects which come out of 2023, there are no projects yet. We are in the process of grant agreement preparation. Once we have signed these projects, and this will happen in the spring next year, then this information, this will become projects that will be legally existing if you want, and then this information will be made available as well in the dashboards. Okay, I don't know. Fine, anyone? Don't know we have, yeah. Is CINEA attending National Information Days in all member states or only on selected ones? Could you share the schedule? Do you want the CLIMA to take that one?
Yeah, well, I'll reply maybe on behalf of both CLIMA and CINEA. I think the answer is clearly that well, we are both in a way joining the different info days that will be taking place at national level. So we have to some extent contacted the national contact points, asking so basically to set up these national info days, where we will be to some extent joining. The organization normally also aims to have some orientation dialogues, but again, we invite you to contact your national contact point for the details of the specific events. So we are not selecting let's say the national info days on which we will attend. Basically, we will be attending all of them. So that's the gist of it. Where they are not happening, of course, will not be joining. If your specific member state is not organizing one, maybe maybe you can contact and see if there is still this possibility. You can contact your national contact point. But on this, to some extent, we very much rely on the willingness and on the interest of the contact points to organize the events.
And okay, on sharing the schedule, I think the information comes at national level, but we can have a look if we can maybe provide the overall information as well from here as it gets and becomes public to complement. Okay, new question. Can I participate with the same project to I think we did this already. No, this is about the auction. Sorry, my mistake. Can I participate with the same project to the 2024 call and to the auction? Berlina?
Okay, so assuming it is about the hydrogen production projects, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't be RF and biohydrogen production projects, otherwise it wouldn't be eligible for the IF24 auction. So assuming it is about such a project, yes, it is possible to apply to both. but it won't be possible to get grants from both. So at the moment, the selection of the auction will happen faster because here evaluation, you know that it is way more streamlined under the auction. So if the project is selected under the auction, it means automatically, evaluation can stop for the IF24 call. I mean, it would not be possible. If they sign the grant under the auction, they cannot also sign the grant under IF24 call. If the project is not successful under the auction, okay, then they still run a chance under the IF24 call. So this is purely on the mechanics, and of course being in line with the rules on the no double funding, and the rules on the combined support we have under the auction. Now, in general, the demarcation that we see that auction is for the more mature projects. For the projects which do not need combined support, exactly, which can enter into operation relatively fast because we have all those requirements under the auction, whereas IF24 call, it is for projects which come with more innovative technologies, more innovative applications which may need combined support, national funding and the Innovation Fund grant. Less mature in this sense. Of course, they still have to have very good performance under the project maturity criterion. So this is the demarcation that we would advise for projects. Those which can go faster go to auction. Those which need more time into IF24 call. But if they are, between the two, yes, nothing stops them to try their luck with both instruments.
Thank you, Evelyn. I think very important the comments he was making on the maturity of the projects. And for those who maybe have missed, they're interested in this area and they have missed the info day last week, it's already available online. So maybe if you are in this community, it is good that you listen to the info day recordings, which is available, the one of the auction. And having listened to this one, at the end of the day, you may have a better idea of what is really the box that you want to address to. Okay. New question. Is the extraction of critical raw materials lithium included in the general call?
Clear demarcation.
Yeah. So, so we were discussing who would reply to it, but basically the mining activities, they are excluded from the general call and also from the EV batteries. So this is indeed a clear exclusion from the scope of the call. So.
Very clear. This one was very clear. So next question: where can I find information on the conditions for applying for open calls? Well, all the information is being published. Already it has been published in the funding and tender portal. So there you have the call text. I referred to that in the beginning of the session today, as well as you have also Q&As, questions on some general questions that you may have. We are going to make available after this info day and in the coming days different number of tutorials, explanations, examples on the use of calculators, whether we're speaking about financial or we're speaking about GHG. You will have more information later this morning or in the afternoon, as well as tomorrow for the batteries. So we really invite you when starting to prepare a proposal to get familiar with this information. So on the one hand, the call, obviously, all the forms and all the additional documents that you need to submit, and then the help which is being provided through Q&As, tutorials, slides, and so on. Because there is a lot that will allow you to start preparing, doing it with time, so that then in a certain moment, if you face a question on which you really cannot find the answer, then you can address it to the help desk. But I mean, as I said, there is a lot of material which is already there and is going to be made available in the coming days, as well as, for instance, the recordings of today. They will be available soon, as I referred before to those of last week, which are already online. Do we have still any question? Okay, I think with this we have finished the questions on this general session. It is 49, if I'm not wrong, so let's try to have a break. You can grab a coffee or a tea and stretch your legs, and we are back at 11. Thank you very much. Hello, good morning again. We are going to resume the info day on the Innovation Fund 2024 General Call. And I will first present you an overview of the general provisions, and then I will hand over to my colleagues to speak on the GHG calculation and methodology, and the relevant cost calculation, and the fifth, the financial information form. This will be followed by a Q&A session, and then we will break for lunch for about an hour. So let's go with the presentation. So this is somehow also related to some of the questions that we have listened before, which is the cost that I should apply for. So what is the difference between the auction call, the general call, and the battery? So the auction is for RFNBO hydrogen production or RFNBO hydrogen production for the use in maritime sector. And I think Evelina already explained extensively and very clearly on what is the type of projects expected under this call. Then we have what we call the general call, so innovative commercialization, demonstration, pilot plans or scale-up of technologies, business models, and processes that reduce GHG emissions. And we have the battery lump sum call, of which already we listened before, which is about manufacturing of electric vehicle battery cells. So these are the three calls that we have open in this moment. First step, and I briefly also spoke about this before, what do I have to do? I have to go to the funding attendance portal, and there I have the call text and all the information, all the forms that I need to look at if I want to prepare a proposal. So we have the application form A, which contains administrative information and summarized budget. We have application form B, which has the technical description, or we have to put the technical description of our projects. And important here, the limit is 70 pages, is a bit shorter than in the past, used to be 80. We have part C, which is the project contribution to the EU program KPIs, and we are asked to provide certain type of information. And then we have a set of mandatory annexes and supporting documents. We have detailed budget table, relevant cost calculator, participant information, timetable, Gantt chart, GHG emission avoidance calculator, feasibility study, business plan, detailed financial model, project shareholders' financial resources, and something that is new with this extended Part C form, which is just being used for statistical information. So please get familiar with all this, because it's your first step to prepare a proposal. How do I apply? I've already mentioned this information is available, what is the call and what are the forms in the funding attendance portal. And then we have as well a wealth of tutorials that whether they're ready or they're going to be ready in the coming days. You will have in the appropriate moment there the link to all of them, and they will show you how to fill in certain forms or how to use certain calculators. And the slides and the recordings of today that will be made available as well soon. Online, frequently asked questions, some of them already there. We keep on increasing them as we get new questions through the help desk, or we realize that there are certain issues which are not clear enough. So all that to support you. Then the first step that one has to look at is the admissibility and eligibility criteria. So admissibility, obviously, I need to prepare a proposal and to submit it before the call deadline. I have to do it electronically and using the forms in the submission system, so through the funding attendance portal. And my application has to be complete. It has to include all the forms and the mandatory annexes and supporting documents which are requested. Eligibility. We already mentioned in the first part of the morning that participants have to be legal entities. They can be established anywhere in the world, but the projects have to be located in the European Economic Area, so EU member states, Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. On top of this, we have some requirements, which are, for instance, the fact that the project has to reach financial close within 4 years after grant signature. So it can be earlier than 4 years. 4 years is really the limit time for this financial close. Then we'll have the time in which the project will do the construction, whatever, and then it enters into operation, and it has to operate at least 5 years in which we will be, or you will be monitoring the greenhouse gas emission avoidance, and we will check, and it will be checked that what you are saving is really according to what you proposed or you had submitted in your proposal. In the case of the pilots and the small scale projects, this monitoring period is not 5 years, but it is 3 years after the entry into operation. Another important issue to consider is the fact that the project budget cannot exceed 60% of the relevant cost. And you have the definition of what are the relevant costs in the call text. And you have to look as well to the eligible activities under this call. In the case of maritime projects, we can have projects of 2 types, if you want. Projects that concern investment on ships and projects that concern investment in port infrastructure. So when we are speaking about projects concerning the investment on ships, it can be 2 possibilities. The ship carries the flag of an EU member state or a country in the European Economic Area, and has therefore then to call ports under the jurisdiction of these states, at least 15% over the last 2 years, so both of them cumulative, flag of this member state plus at least 15% calling in ports under the jurisdiction of these countries, or they don't have the flag of any of these countries, but they have to call ports in these member states at least 30% over the last over 2 years. It can be as well that there are ships which perform services or support activities in ports under the jurisdiction of member states of the EU, of the European Economic Area, in case these are not transport ships. When we are speaking about projects concerning investment in port infrastructure or performing activities or support activities, these ports have to be under the jurisdiction of an EU member state or a European country in the European Economic Area. And you have the list of them as part of the call text, so please check there. For instance, some examples of this last case, port infrastructure, can be renewable alternative fuel bunkering infrastructures in ports, including container transshipment ports. So these are the type of projects that one can imagine in this case of port infrastructure. How do we carry the evaluation? We use what we call a cascade approach. Evaluators first look and we check first internally the eligibility and the admissibility of the projects, that they fulfill the conditions that I mentioned before. When the requirements are not met, then the evaluation is stopped. These projects are not eligible or not admissible. Those that have passed the eligibility and admissibility, then they go into the evaluation, and they undergo the evaluation of using several award criteria. And we do it in a cascade with the use of external experts. First, we look at the degree of innovation. If the score is below the threshold for the degree of innovation, then the evaluation is stopped. We pass through the GHG emission avoidance and the project maturity criteria. If the GHG minimum requirements are not met, or any of the sub-criteria for the project maturity, which has 3 elements, is not achieved, then the evaluation is stopped. Then we pass to the cost efficiency sub-criterion. And here, if the score for the quality of the cost calculation and minimum requirements is below threshold, the evaluation then is stopped. Otherwise, it continues and it goes to replicability criterion and to bonus points. We're going to have a very detailed presentation of all these criteria in the afternoon, later this morning, and then in the afternoon. So don't worry, you will have a good overview of them. We have listened to the feedback that you have provided on the past calls, and we have implemented some simplification measures compared to the IF24 call. The detailed knowledge sharing plan is no longer required at submission level. You have to present an outline as part of the application form B, and this is now assessed under replicability award criterion. But you don't have to provide the extensive one now at the moment of the application. It will later if the project is successful and become, the proposal is successful and become a project. The number of pages for the application form B, I mentioned, is reduced to 70. We have added in Annex 3 some minimum requirements for documentation of project funding support and project contract terms in order to guide you, in order to help on what is expected, what type of elements do we expect in this project contract terms and support letters. The feasibility study, you knew that this has been a requirement, but what we have added is kind of, we have added a template under Part B in such a way that we detail what is the content that we expect for this feasibility study. So you can use the template that is provided, or you don't have to use it if your own feasibility study covers at least the minimum amount of information which is required there. So if you cover it or you have more, use your own one. It's not that you have to use the template. It's to try to help and support those who probably do not have or eventually do not have one. The same applies to the business plan. There is a template which is under Part B templates. It's mandatory to provide this business plan, but you don't have to follow the template if your own business plan has the same level of detail and information which is required there. Then regarding the risk, technical, financial and operational risk, as well as the mitigation measures, are not needed anymore at the level of Form B, but the information has to be included in the respective document. When we speak about the feasibility study, we will find there the technical and operational risk, as well as the mitigation measures. And for the financial ones, we will find them in the business plan. So to avoid duplicating information, we have go to this new way of approaching it. How we do the selection procedure? So first, as I mentioned, we have eligibility and admissibility. Those that proposals that succeed this step, they go into evaluation against the award criteria, which we will look at later, and this is done with the support of external evaluators. Then we have a list of pre-selected projects. We consult this list with member states. From these, those which are retained for grant agreement preparation go until the moment in which hopefully they become projects and we award the grants. And then for those that do not have a grant, they can receive project development assistance following an assessment by the European Investment Bank. Sorry. So I'm going to briefly present to you some lessons learned from the last call in what regards the admissibility and eligibility and what we have observed, so that hopefully it can help you on preparing proposals for this new call. So last time we received 337 proposals. 95 of them were resubmissions. So this is almost 1/3 of proposals that are resubmitted. And this we see more and more, proposals that sometimes they have failed. In some cases, they have succeeded, but they couldn't get funding because they were in the reserve list. And they come again and they present a new proposal. And in some cases, the proposal is better, and they get the project. So out of these, 283 were admissible and eligible, and 85 of them were invited for grant agreement preparation. We are at the moment working with them, as mentioned already, and we expect that in spring this will become projects, we'll sign the grants. And then we have given for the first time 149 step seal we have given the step seal to 149 projects. If we look at the amount of proposals eligible per topic, we see that, and I think we will see a breakdown in the upcoming slides, but generally speaking, the average quality, one can say that the majority of the proposals large scale were eligible, 95%, while we can see that if we take the small scale proposals, we just have 52% of them that were eligible and admissible. So let's go here, and we can see that, just 5% or even less of the large scale fail at the admissibility and eligibility. So, I mean, in general, proposals submitted for this topic, they were clear on what they had to do. 58% passed the evaluation, though not all of them could be retained for funding because we didn't have enough budget available. For the medium scale, more than 30% that passed evaluation, so slightly, I mean, lower than the large scale, and about 24% fail on admissibility and eligibility. So we see here that there were more non-admissible and eligible, and less number of proposals that passed the evaluation. But all the projects that passed the evaluation were selected because there was budget available. And if we look at the small scale, and this is one of the elements that we are trying to put more attention, because we understand that the percentage of proposals failing for admissibility and eligibility is very big. It's almost 50%, 48%. And then the percentage of those that succeeded on the evaluation is also lower than in the small, in the medium, and in the large scale. So for us, I think for all of us, is a priority to try to support these proposals, which are, or these applicants submitting to the small scale, because it's where we see the lowest rates of success. And if we look at manufacturing and pilots, in manufacturing, 45% passed evaluation, so a bit lower than the large scale, but still high, and less than 10% fail because admissibility and eligibility. And all the proposals that passed evaluation were selected, as it was the case in the medium scale. For pilots, 40% passed evaluation and 22% fail under admissibility and eligibility. And as an introduction to my colleagues, sorry, I went back. Let's look at what are the reasons for failing admissibility and eligibility. I've given you some overall figures, but why these applicants did not succeed? We have here some percentage. What we can see is that in this case, just to warn you that they can be projects not passing because of several reasons, but I mean, we have 70% of those who did not pass that had incomplete proposals. So paying attention to the call guidance and being sure that we provide all the documents that are requested is important. Same applies to the budget. About 70% of those proposals that fail was because they have a budget above 60% of the relevant cost. And you probably remember that we mentioned this morning that this is not possible, and this is clear on the call text. I mean, the budget has to be maximum 60% of relevant cost. Minimum monitoring time not respected. I made a comment again that I have just made 5 years for most of the proposals, and 3 years for the pilots and for the small scale. And you also have other reasons, GHG calculator missing, business plan missing. So the overall, if you want comment, is please put attention and make sure that all the requested documents are there and that you follow closely what is explained in the call text, and you stay within the limits of the budget. And if I'm not wrong, here, yeah, we can see the reasons, what are the criteria on which most proposals have failed. So we see that clearly maturity is like the different sub-criteria of maturity are those which are more difficult for proposals to address, and there is a highest rate of failure, in particular financial maturity, but we also have technical and operational maturity. And beware here that it can be that a proposal has failed because of different criteria simultaneously. We see also that on replicability, we don't have any project which fails and this stops the evaluation. So all of them have reached the minimum. And again, this proposal and all the information which is going to be presented afterwards, I think can give you a clear idea of what are the elements that we should focus when preparing a proposal, because experience is proving that there are more difficulties to pass on them. I stop here and I pass on the floor to, again, to Joao, who's going to speak to us on the GHG calculation and methodology. Joao.
Thank you, Maria, and hello again. So, so indeed, now changing to some extent, changing a hat. I will take you through the GHG methodology. So, as mentioned before, there is a clear objective, of course, within the Innovation Fund to some extent to support and to prioritize innovative technologies and processes that, to some extent, deliver emission reductions. And with that objective, the GHG methodology has been developed in order to some extent to harmonize this assessment or this let's say this calculation, so that of course project can then be compared based on a common set of rules and principles. I will indeed go through the let's say to some extent the overview of the methodology. If you recall, in the past we would have a lengthy to some extent presentation of the different chapters of the methodology. This time, what the approach that we decided to take is indeed to present you now the principles of the methodology, but then to some extent make, of course, all the detailed presentation available. But we will not go through them now in the today, but it is already available, so you can easily already start to some extent to focus on the specific chapters. But so going through the let's say the main principles of the methodology, there are two core concepts. So to some extent two main elements that are assessed. One, looking at the absolute GHG emissions, so representing the let's say the total reductions that a project would achieve compared to a baseline. And a second one is the relative GHG emission avoidance, so to some extent a percentage of those emissions, so of the reference scenario. So the methodology, as I mentioned, it provides So within the methodology, we have sector-specific guidance. The guidance, to some extent, follows a similar structure, and the common principles are all maintained. It should be considered that the project, it looks at, or in the calculation you look at the emission avoidance over the 10 years, over a 10-year period. However, indeed, there is a possibility for projects to, in a way, to have a shorter operational period. But for the calculation, you always take the 10-year period, and there is inclusion of direct and some life cycle emissions are also included within the methodology. So we also include in the methodology specific elements regarding the monitoring and reporting elements. So aspects that are either part of the let's say of the application, but also the requirements that will be needed throughout the project implementation, and then also when, in some extent, the final reporting, because, as mentioned, not only is part of the assessment, so of the evaluation, but then also part of the, some extent, of the grant, so of the payment process. So of course, achieving this emissions reductions is a clear requirement. So the GHG methodology, it has evolved, let's say. So the first version was published in 2019. So before the publication of the first call in 2020, and ever since it has evolved, taking into account some extent lessons learned, some clarifications, whenever there were also scope changes. So the methodology has reflected all this, let's say, all this evolution of the fund itself, and all also with some extent incorporating different, let's say, different elements and let's say different input also from your side. Worthwhile to mention that actually in this, let's say, in this version of the methodology, besides the in a way what was up until now maybe more incremental changes, there was a more thorough review and more thorough also clarification. So some relevant elements have been further improved and streamlined in the methodology, and for that we had two main exercises where we invited you, the stakeholders, to provide input. Here, like first of all, also to thank for all of those who provided input in these different exercises. So we had the survey, but then also a stakeholder consultation, where again the main elements that were being considered to be streamlined and to be clarified have been presented, and where your input was indeed in a way open and welcome to be received. So we incorporated, of course, as much as possible these elements in the methodology, and what I will maybe just now try to go through. I will not, of course, not go into all of the different elements, but possibly highlight a few that for those maybe who are more familiar with previous versions will recognize have been updated or in a way further clarified. And I think that's also that was clearly the intention, so to streamline and to in a way clear some maybe some uncertainties or some doubts in previous versions. We aim to address them now. So as such, I'd refer to so there is the inclusion of a list of key steps for the calculation of the GHG emission avoidance. So in a way, this particularly relevant for those new to the program, so and to the methodology. So providing you some additional or some further guidance on actually how or what steps to take into account when preparing your calculation. Also the equations have been restructured. A clear reference is the term on the carbon capture credit, which has been integrated into the project emissions. Well, it was creating confusion, the fact that it was in the project emissions, so now it is actually part of the main equation. So that has been addressed, and also one relevant element regarding the bioenergy sector, which has been created under the renewables category. Before there were it was placed under the energy-intensive category, and it was it was a bit scattered within the methodology. Now there is a very clear section under the renewable category. A couple additional improvements also regarding the mobility category. So now with a merge of the so in the previous version we had aviation and maritime. Now to some extent you have one single mobility, but to some extent covering the same. So the rules are overall kept, but now you have in a way a more harmonized approach for such type of projects. And well, I think here indeed you have then a list of I say maybe the main or the key improvements or simplifications addressed, but yeah, and I think well, I'll not go through all of them, but I think with this I managed to address a few of the main points. So, as mentioned, you have two main criteria that are considered under or in the methodology. So, to estimate the emission savings over a 10-year period, again, a project may be in a way may last less than 10 years, but not less than 3 years. And but again, it's always counted the 10 years. So for example, if a project lasts, let's say 5 years, for the remaining 5 years, it would then be set to 0. So for the years in which the project doesn't operate. So you always have a 10-year calculation reference for both the absolute and the relative. So the rationale is simple. So for all sectors and projects, the absolute emission avoidance will be equal to the emissions that would occur in the absence of the project. And that was mentioned before is let's say the reference scenario or the baseline minus the emissions that occur when the project compared to the project. So this is for the absolute. So this is the difference for how to calculate the absolute emissions. So the project that envisage capturing and storing or using CO2 can claim a credit. So this will be reflected in the calculation of the absolute GHG emission avoidance. So you have now let's say that credit directly in the formula. The relative emission avoidance represents, to some extent, how much of the reduction potential has been leveraged, and is calculated dividing the absolute emissions by the reference emissions of the project. So you see here let's say generally how and this is applicable for all different let's say for all different projects or all different categories, let's say. So when preparing the application, so for the GHG calculations, there are 6 steps. So the project, So you need to define the product that the project intends to replace, whether it's a change in process, it's a product substituting a specific product within the Annex 1 activities. So there are different elements that need to be considered when defining the project the principal product. But this is very much one of the key elements on which you will then be able to let's say to go to the next step and then define which method or which section of the methodology is relevant to you. So and this is one of the elements that has been added to the methodology. So indeed to give you some additional support on better use of the methodology. So the different categories. So I mentioned before that the mobility category has been, to some extent, streamlined to cover both aviation and also the maritime sector. But one clear addition is linked to the EV battery call. So there is a specific section of the methodology that is designed, or that is basically for projects applying to the EV battery call. So again, for the general call, this section is not applicable. So it's well, we've tried to be very clear in the methodology, but again, I think it's worthwhile to highlight and to be mindful that, for example, if your project is, or if you're applying under the IF24 call, the section on the EV battery is not applicable to you, and this is also linked with the fact that let's say the scope is different. So therefore, you would not be able to use also that section of the methodology. But yeah, worthwhile to highlight and to again have this in mind. I mentioned the general structure of the different sections. We try to also to keep so on one hand you have the general principles of the methodology. They are applicable across the board, but then also when defining when drafting the sections, also a similar structure is very much well, we follow the very similar structure, and this is linked also with in a way with the different steps that I've mentioned before. And on the other hand, this helps in the case, for example, if you have a project that may actually be able to use different sections of the methodology, because we know, and I will mention it a bit further down the presentation, that you can indeed have such type of projects where well, we call them a hybrid project, where actually you would be able to some extent to use different sections of the methodology, but overall the structure is kept. So regarding, you have scope, the system boundaries, also the instructions on how to calculate the reference and the project emissions, and also regarding the specific parameters to be used regarding emission factors, also in terms of the let's say the hierarchy of the data sources that can be used. So one crucial aspect of the methodology is then the need to clarify on the classification of their project under the different under the categories and sectors. So if you only produce one product, this is or deliver one service, this is very straightforward. However, we know that in many cases it's not as straightforward. So indeed you may be producing more than one. You have within the same operation you can have more than one product in the same sector, or you may even have products falling in different different let's say in different elements. So and for example, you have within chemicals or refineries, you may have more than one product, but both following here. But indeed, the classification can get more challenging when you have different products in different sectors. Like as an example, you have hydrogen and energy, or the same product being used in different or having multiple uses. And there again, you can have this let's say these challenges in how to classify the project. There isn't one, let's say one fixed solution, because again it's very much dependent on the product or on the project. So it will depend on the conventional product or on the service that is being replaced. But again, we try very much to guide you through in that process of defining the correct categorization. So to allow applicants to combine categories when these fall in different categories, so we have this concept of the hybrid projects. You still need to choose one main sector, and this is associated with the principal product, and then specific guidance is provided when that case happens on how to calculate the absolute and the relative GHG emissions, again with the principle of no double counting. So this is in a way the general principle, and you have such in a way such rules being defined there. Highlighting what are the common mistakes and common issues identified with applications regarding the use of the methodology. So it is worthwhile to remind that, again, it's a very competitive process, so we want to, as much as possible, in a way, eliminate especially the simple mistakes of having, for example, having a poor evidence, so this is a kind of a reminder that we want, as much as possible, of course, that projects don't fail because of this, let's say, the common mistakes. If anything, it would be, of course, through just because of the competition and not so much of poor application of the methodology. So it's in a way a reminder that I would kindly ask you to pay attention to. And as mentioned before, so we will not go through a presentation of each of the sections, but we have such presentations ready for you to use and to consult. So the recordings, there are recordings, individual recordings for each of the sections that are already available. You will see here already the link where this is available. Together with that, there are additional resources regarding the examples. So we have examples for some of the let's say of the key type of categories. I want to highlight that because of the changes that we've seen from the last call to this one, if you're in a way using as reference the last year examples, I would advise you to update that and to use the latest ones, because as mentioned, there have been some important updates. So there isn't. I would say, yeah, it's important to use the latest references, and we have also some video tutorials who are not yet available but will be available soon. Again, with in a way a guide or a guided video on a few of those examples. A small reference on the monitoring and reporting aspect. I mentioned before there is an element within the application of the methodology, as well during the operation of the project, and important also to take into account, of course, regarding the reporting stage. But again, on the application, this, let's say, is also one element that is assessed under this criteria. We highlight here the couple of frequently asked questions. Just one element that I would just highlight the last one. It is very often to receive also questions regarding the eligibility when using the methodology. We just refer to the eligibility of the call is defined in the call text. The GHG methodology, even if applicable beyond, let's say, beyond the call eligibility, does not mean that a project would then be directly eligible for this call. So I would, in a way, ask you to be mindful that, of course, in a way the eligibility is defined in the call. One element I think on to highlight also on the third-party verification. This used to be in a way one element that was in previous calls was necessary. It's not a mandatory element of the application. And finally, just one important reminder regarding the help desk. It was mentioned before. It applies not only to the GHG, in a way, to the GHG type of questions. I think it's also relevant for, be it eligibility, for example, on the relevant costs, for the different elements of the application process. We have the help desk open. However, we also ask you to be mindful and to, let's say, to read carefully the methodology, and if indeed questions and if you still have questions, of course, the help desk is there to help you. But be very mindful, on when raising your questions. Kind of a best practice to have one question, no conditional questions, and also to limit the number of characters, because that will also help us in better replying to your questions. And if I'm not mistaken, this is my last slide. With this, I would kindly pass the floor to Alexander.
Thank you, João. Thank you, João, and good morning to everyone. So my name is Alexandre Cobart. I work in the financial engineering team at CINEA, and I will present to you key points on the relevant cost methodology. The relevant cost calculation is a critical point because this is what is going to determine the Innovation Fund grant amount. So it is really an important aspect of your evaluation. It is calculated using the financial information template. So once you fill the template, the relevant cost will be automatically calculated. So first piece of advice, please download the new version, the new template of the financial information file, which you will find in the funding and tenders portal. Do not use a template from a previous year, because there is a big risk that you may be rejected, your application may be rejected, as you would have not used the required document. So to start with the next slide, for the ones who have experience with our program, the big message here is that there are no fundamental changes to the relevant cost methodology compared to the last call. What we have done is mainly to add a few points of clarification based on our experience with the last call. First, we provided additional guidance specific to the maritime and aviation sectors. As you probably know, in the last call, we introduced these sectors following the revision of the ETS directive. And based on our experience with this project, we added in the relevant methodology guidance 2 examples for projects which specifically are intending to produce or install innovative technology on ships or plane. The other point we clarified was the possibility to use financial leases to finance the construction of new built ships or plane, because this is something that we commonly see in the industry. And we explain how the relevant cost calculation should be done and provided specific points of attention. So if your project is concerned, please read carefully the instruction in the relevant cost guidance and the examples that we have provided. A few other points. We also clarified the definition of maintenance capex. We clarified on the possibility to combine sheets of your detailed financial model and your financial information file template, following the feedback we received from applicants. We also adapted the relevant cost calculation formula in the template in case your entry into operation does not coincide with the start of a calendar year. I will come back on these three last points afterwards shortly. And finally, we updated in the appendix of the guidance the data that needs to be used for the WACC calculation. So bottom line is no changes to the relevant cost formula or definitions compared to the last call. We made a few updates in the values that you need to use. We also updated the financial information file template, which you need to download, and made a few clarification points on the back of experience from the last call. Now, moving to the definitions. So you can see on the slide the definition of relevant cost that is in the Innovation Fund delegated regulation. On this slide, we indicate some of the parameters. You will find all the parameters in the formula afterwards. Here are some of the parameters, the main ones which you should pay attention to. So the first one is CAPEX. CAPEX relates to costs, construction costs, site infrastructure costs, development costs, and also costs related to intangible assets. Please read the definitions in the glossary of the relevant cost guidance carefully, because there you will find the information on what can be included, what is eligible in terms of these costs. Next ones are OPEX. In OPEX, you have the cost of goods sold, operation maintenance cost, and also the commissioning costs, but only in the event that you have typically a demo project and that you have to decommission during the first 10 years after entry into operation. Do not include depreciation, because depreciation is not eligible. And next you have operational benefits. There you have to include any expected revenues from the sale of free ETS emission allowances or the monetization of CO2 certificates if you are negative in terms of CO2 emissions. OPEX, revenues, operational benefits will be discounted at a certain rate, and that rate is the weighted average cost of capital, the WACC, and you should use the project WACC, which is described in the guidance, and not your corporate WACC, and I will come back to that afterwards. So next point is the methodologies. Which methodology should applicants use? There are two methodologies. The first one is called the no reference plant. It is the default methodology recommended for all projects. It is easy to use. And then there is a fallback option if you choose to diverge from the no reference plan, which is called the reference plant. And this one can only be used if your project fulfills a number of conditions which are set out on the slide. I will run quickly through it. First, the project needs to relate to a brand new plant. So it cannot be an add-on or an incremental project. For example, if you decide to install a carbon capture unit on an existing plant, if that is the case, you are obliged to use the no reference plant. So reference plant must be a brand new plant. Secondly, the reference plan that you use as a comparison with the Innovation Fund project must have similar characteristics. That means similar output, similar capacity as the project plan. Thirdly, it needs to comply with the European Union environmental standards and European legislation. Also, you need to provide a set of documents which are detailed in the call text, in particular with financial data, technical data on the reference plan, and in addition, a proof of planning that you plan this reference plan as an alternative to the project with documents which could be formal board documents, financial report, internal business plan, or studies. So experts will want to see real data that you have really considered to invest in this reference plant that is using a conventional technology. And finally, in your detailed financial model, you will have to add sheets with financial projections for the reference plant, because that will feed into the financial information file, the template where the relevant cost calculation is made. And so that will also need to be explicitly broken down in these financial models. So all of this information is detailed in the relevant cost guidance. If there are any questions, please use the help desk. Now, some general assumptions which apply to the two methodologies. First, in your application, you will have to describe the assumptions that you have made on revenues, on OPEX, on CAPEX, and carefully support these assumptions with evidence. In some cases, you also need to make specific assumptions on the carbon price. So we do not provide a projected trajectory for the carbon price. So you are free to use prices that you deem reasonable, but you always need to justify them based on studies or use reliable references. Next point is OPEX inflation. There you are free to provide your best estimates of OPEX projections over time based on external studies, or what is also useful is to use preliminary contract terms because they can include some expected step up in the prices over time. One point of attention based on what we have seen, be careful if the inflation rate of OPEX is very different from the inflation rate assumed for revenues, because if your margins are continuously increasing over time, you need to justify that well, because the experts may call into question these assumptions. And then another point, make sure absolutely that all your projections are consistent in your business plan, in your detailed financial model, and in your financial information file. That is really important. So the message is really that you should carefully read the glossary of the relevant cost guidance, where you find all the clear definitions of the elements of the relevant cost, and this is what you are allowed to include. This is what is eligible. Now, based on our experience, we've also listed a few elements that are not eligible, but this list is not exhaustive. This is really, we cannot identify everything that cannot be included. This is only based on mistakes that we have seen in the last calls. But these are the type of costs that, in particular, please be mindful you cannot include. Financial costs, so interest expenses during construction, bank fees, also working capital, debt service reserve accounts, also costs incurred before the date of submission of the application. We've seen that now on the slide also. These costs are not eligible. Terminal value, it is not eligible because we ask you to provide projections over the entire project lifetime. So after this operational project lifetime, there is no value. Stranded assets, if you need to get rid of existing assets, the costs related to that are also not eligible. And finally, decommissioning costs, it is only acceptable if they occur during the first 10 years of operation, so that typically could be for a short dated demo project. Now, next, one word on CAPEX. So expansion CAPEX needs to absolutely be incurred before entry into operation. So we elaborated the definition of entry into operation into the last call already. We mean the moment when all the construction has been done. That means if your project has multiple phases, it will be the entry into operation will occur when you have completed the construction of the last phase. So again, that means that if you have expansion CAPEX after your defined entry into operation date, this is not eligible. This should fall outside the scope of your project. So that's really an important point. Now, if you have, you may have CAPEX after entry into operation. If it is maintenance CAPEX, and there we really insist that this CAPEX needs to be truly maintenance. So it must be related to maintaining the operational capacity of the project. In the calculation, expansion CAPEX will not be discounted in the formula, and maintenance CAPEX will be discounted. Now, one quick word on the methodologies. The first one is the no reference plant. It's a default. As I indicated, it is compulsory if you have an add-on project, for example, installation of a carbon capture on an existing plant. The formula is described here. CAPEX plus present value of OPEX plus present value of maintenance CAPEX minus present value of operational benefits minus present value of revenues. The formula is exactly the same as the one you will find in the financial information file, the template that you need to fill. So the calculation is done automatically. And for the discounts, you need to use the project WACC, which I will describe afterwards, so not the corporate WACC. For the reference plant, there what you need to do is to establish a reference plant, and that will be based on the product, on your product that you intend to sell. And as I indicated earlier, there's a number of conditions which you need to comply with, which are set out in the relevant cost guidance. And please also carefully look at the documents, mandatory documents that you need to include if you choose this methodology, because you will, as I indicate, you will need to provide justification in the other annexes, and also add sheets in your detailed financial model to provide projections to the expert on this reference plan, because this data will be incorporated in the relevant cost calculation. So just maybe one point to say that this may require a lot of work. So before you intend to select the methodology, please carefully look at what is needed. Now I'm quickly going to also look at the formula for the reference plan. It's a bit more complicated. Essentially, it is the difference between two components, A minus B. A is the same formula as for the no reference plant, and B is the same formula but applied for the reference plant. One difference for the reference plant is that you will have a different project WACC, because in the WACC, the innovation risk premium will be assumed to be zero, given that the project is not so innovative by definition. It's the conventional, using conventional technology. You will use the same leverage as you have for your project, and for the cost of debt, that can be a value that is generally used in the sector. So please justify these values. So one piece of advice, if you establish that this B part is close, extremely close to zero, it is highly recommended to use the no reference plant, because the outcome for the relevant cost calculation will be the same, and you will have significantly less information to provide. So yeah, that's one piece of advice. Now, a few general tips here. And the first one is, please do not wait to calculate a relevant cost. Start early, because if you spend a lot of time to prepare for your application, and you realize only at the end that the relevant cost amount is very limited and that you are not able to claim a grant, that would be a pity. So please start early. Contingencies, as you know, are allowed, but they really need to be carefully justified. This is really important. So contingencies on CAPEX and OPEX impact the relevant cost, and therefore they may impact the amount of grant that you can claim. So experts really need to understand how you estimated the values, how they compare to your sector, and also if they reflect and reconcile with how far you are from financial close and the progress you have made in negotiating the contracts. The closer you are to financial close, all else equal, you would expect to have a lower levels of contingencies as you have a project that is more mature. Now, more specific tips on the additional guidance. If you have an incremental add-on project, for example, you install a carbon capture unit on an existing plant, something that we think will be useful is to add in your detailed financial model also give the global view, so not only the carbon capture unit projections, but also integrate that with the existing plan that you have, because if you show the project on a global perspective, this may demonstrate the viability of your project taken as a whole. So that's an important piece of advice. Now, based on the surveys we received, we now specifically indicate that you are allowed to combine sheets of your financial information file with the detailed financial model. And we see applicants doing that, and it helps because it ensures the consistency in the data. But something extremely important, please always submit a distinct financial information file and a distinct detailed financial model, because these are two distinct mandatory documents. If you do not do that, your application could be rejected, as you would not have provided all the documents required. So please be very careful about that. Last point, to mention that we made a small update in the relevant cost calculation. In the previous template, it was considered for simplicity that if entry into operation was occurring let's say on the 1st of July, in the middle of the year, for simplicity, the calculation would start at the beginning of the year. And this is why we would only take 9.5 years of the data for revenue, OPEX, and operational benefits instead of the full 10 years. So just be aware that we have adjusted the formula based on the feedback we received. For you, no action for you, but just to know that this formula has been updated so that the full 10 years are being taken into account. And now, the last point is on the WACC, which is also an important aspect of the calculation, the weighted average cost of capital. It is used to discount the future streams of revenues and costs, and it also used to compare with the returns of your project with the Innovation Fund grant. You should use a project WACC. That is really important. So it must be based on the cost of equity and cost of debt of your project. You shouldn't use a corporate WACC. The formula is described on the slide. Just a note that if you intend to finance with shareholder loans, they are considered equity risk, so they should be reflected as equity in the formula. So one really important point of attention, we insist that you follow the guidance for the calculation of project WACC. For the relevant cost calculation, you need to use and to follow this guidance and instruction in the guidance. If ever, once you take your investment decision, you decide to use another WACC as the one that we have in the guidance, you decide to use, for example, the corporate WACC as hurdle rate to decide on investing in your project, describe the situation in your business plan, and also indicate that in the letters of commitment from the shareholders so that experts will see and understand that you what minimum return you are expecting for your project. And final point, to zoom in a little bit on the cost of equity part of the WACC. The formula is described on the top left. So you have the risk-free rate. There, what I would like to mention that we updated the values based on the latest figures of the European Central Bank. On the beta, it is the beta levered. The default proposed value is a value of 1. And we recommend that you use this value. In the table in Appendix 2, we provided a set of values for different sectors. So if your project is in one of the sectors listed, you may use the value that is in the table, but always please justify it. You need to justify the selection of this beta. If you don't see your sector, for example, if your project is in manufacturing, there we do not have sufficient data to calculate the beta, so you absolutely need to use a beta of 1. And please make sure that you use values that are prescribed in the guidance and not use values that fall outside, as this would be penalized in your evaluation, in the evaluation of your project. On the equity risk premium, the default value is 6%, but again, you may also select a value that is in the table based on the location of your project. And finally, on the innovation premium, there is an innovation risk premium because the innovation of your project leads to risks that go beyond the conventional sector. Default value we recommend is 3%, but you may use a value between 2 and 4%, but always with a good justification. And finally, to let you know that we'll share shortly a tutorial on how to fill and how to use the financial information file template, and that this will be soon available on this website that you find on this page. If you have any questions, so please submit them to the help desk and we'll try to answer as fast as possible. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandre. I think we are going to pass now. We are going to open a new Q&A session. We have a team of 12 people, besides those that you have seen on the screen, who are really working hard since early this morning on answering your questions. So we are going to see now some of those that will be answered by the colleagues here at the table. So we start with, is it possible to submit a project related to production of biofuels and carbon capture, but only request funding for carbon capture? So I think this is maybe for Joao? Or?
Indeed, it will depend on how you define, again, the project boundaries. But indeed, you may have the, let's say, the project only on the carbon capture, and of course, then being linked with for example, with a refinery or with a biofuel. So which would then be linked with the project. But you can have that, but just to mention that indeed you will have to define the project boundaries, and it would be on that you would be defining your application.
Thank you. Sorry, my mic was off. So next question, some companies have multiple ETS locations in Europe and may be able to achieve much more impact when introducing a new technology in multiple locations at once. Could multiple location projects become eligible for the Innovation Fund at some point, or could this be investigated? Well, in principle, yes, this is possible, provided that it makes sense really for what is the objective of the project. If it really makes sense, yes, we have some projects with multiple locations. Next one. We notice a pilot category in the general project call, but this category doesn't seem to be mentioned in the battery project call. Is it possible to submit a pilot line project in the field of batteries, even if this category is not formally specified in the dedicated battery project call? So I look at Evelina, who is our expert.
Thank you, Maria. And yes, we have seen this question on Slido. So you're right that we don't have a specific we don't have this pilot specification, but we are writing in the general call that battery cell manufacturing that can serve in electric vehicles is not eligible. So by this virtue, if the project is about battery cell manufacturing, and even if it is a pilot, it should go to the battery call. So maybe you recall from our earlier presentation, we were saying that, okay, projects do not have to be that innovative. They can be about scale-up, but if they are super innovative, for example, they would bring a new chemistry or, I don't know, solid-state batteries or something, then they are welcome to this battery call.
Thank you, Evelina. Okay, this is on CCUS. So can a CCUS project be eligible for Innovation Fund under the general call if the captured CO2 is 100% biogenic?
So, well, here we go into the also in the details of the on the GG methodology, where the carbon capture credit, in a way, there is no difference if the captured CO2 is from a fossil or from a biogenic source. Indeed, both type of projects would receive or would be likely to receive then this credit, and for that reason as well, it's in a way it's possible to have such a type of project within the Innovation Fund. Just again, one reminder that I mentioned before, not on this case, but again, the fact that the methodology may be applicable does not necessarily mean that the project is eligible. So an eligibility question would, to some extent, be not based on the methodology, but on the call text.
Thank you, Joao. I think we are moving into maritime. So are the maritime mobility clean tech manufacturing call projects oriented exclusively to storage and hydrogen components? Can a project of manufacturing components to decarbonize maritime mobility, such as zero-emission propulsion technologies, apply to clean tech manufacturing coal? You want to take it out?
So on the clean tech topic, so the maritime project would not be eligible under that topic, but such type of project would still be eligible under the general call. So you could still, so such a project in terms of, for example, zero emission propulsion could well apply under the general topic. You will see that again you have specific provisions that within the methodology that allow determining the GG savings for such type of project. But it would go through the normal call, or sorry, the general topics, either medium, small, large, or also as a pilot topic.
Thank you, Joao. Okay, is an EU company eligible for the innovation fund if its vessel is not registered in Europe? Well, you may remember that I have answered this question earlier during the presentation when I said that it could be that the vessel is not doesn't have a flag in a member state or in a European Economic Area country, but it has to have a minimum coal imports, which is 30% in 2 years, to be able, to be eligible together with the project, whatever is that is presented. So the percentage of the poor coals is different, is higher, to be demonstrated for those ships which are not, do not have a flag from a member state or a European Economic Area state. Okay. Can a project include deployment installations in different locations? For instance, large-scale testing of an energy storage solution deployed widely to test different conditions and use cases, or would each deployment constitute a separate project? You want to take that?
Well, to some extent, it's similar to what Maria mentioned before. I think, well, here also important to note that, let's say, there is maybe a distinction to be made between first-of-a-kind innovation and if it's a more scalability or use of more established technologies. Of course, we are aiming at more innovative technologies, but again, there is nothing to some extent preventing the technology then to be installed in different locations within the same project. So we already have that happening, and indeed that to some extent there is also within the replicability criteria this potential, let's say, in terms of further deployment of the innovative technology. It's also one of the elements that is looked at. So so to some extent just some complementing a bit what Maria mentioned before, but I think the reply is, was already given.
Thank you, Joao. Okay, is testing and validation of electric powertrain component eligible for the general call, decarbonization call, or pilot project call? So which is the window? I understand is the question, whether it's pilots or the general one.
I can maybe take that. Well, pilots is indeed focusing on testing and validation. So in a way, I would argue it would be more suitable than for the pilot window. And again, on the I think again dependent on how the project is defined, and again degree of innovation and so on. But if we are talking about electric powertrain testing and validation, I would argue it's the pilot topic would likely be more suitable for this case.
Yeah, sorry. Can we come back to the question so that Evelina complements?
No, it was since we are discussing the pilots, we maybe thought it is good to clarify. So there was a previous one also for the batteries call. So just to put it super clear, even though in the batteries call there is not a topic on pilots, project of a nature of a pilots are very much welcome to the batteries call. So hopefully, I mean, also referring to the answer that Joao provided, happy to bring this clarification.
An important clarification indeed. Okay, we continue with a new question. Is manufacturing included in the pilot call? Does pilot call have the same financial maturity requirements as the larger calls? If not, how do they differ?
Maybe I start with the first part, and then maybe Alexandra, I think, complements the second part. On the so I mentioned before regarding the pilot, we have the testing and validation is the let's say the focus of the pilot topic. We described that indeed there is some, let's say, some manufacturing, some production is in a way, to some extent, envisaged or possible within this type of projects, but normally, in a way, it would not be the or the, let's say, the manufacturing aspect would not be the main objective. So it will depend. But if on the pilot we are particularly looking at more innovative and breakthrough technologies, therefore the focus on testing and validation. So some manufacturing would be acceptable, but not, I would say, not that would not be the focus of the project.
And I will take on the second part of the question. Essentially, the requirements are the same, but there is indeed a difference. I mean, we do not expect pilot projects which have the objective to test a certain product to be necessarily have a strong profitability, because that may not be the objective. The objective may be not to optimize the production, but only to test, to be a pilot. So that is something that is not expected, that there is a certain level of profitability. However, what is very important for project pilots, and as we indicated in the call text, is that the shareholders, if there are low returns or if there are negative cash flows expected during construction, provide cover, so a very strong evidence of commitment from the shareholders to inject the equity in spite of this low profitability or negative cash flows during operation. So that is really important, but otherwise the assessment is essentially the same. With regards to the business plan, the assumptions, the credibility of the assumptions, and all the other aspects in terms of the permits, etc. So short answer, same, but more focus if your project has low returns on the commitment from the shareholders.
Thank you, Alexandre. I think the answer was very clear, so hopefully, I mean, it is of use for those thinking on a proposal of this type. I think this is on GHG, so probably again for Joao, what kind of evidence would be considered sufficient when evaluating the GHG relevant emissions?
On this, well, I will maybe then refer to, so in the afternoon we'll have presentations on the different award criteria and some extent on what is kind of assessed and expected in the different criteria, and well, our colleague Gianluca will go through that more in detail. But here, what I would focus on is so when you're, to some extent, deviating, or when you are using something different than the default assumptions, default, for example, emission factors within the methodology, that's where one would have to have, in a way, a robust evidence and a robust case in order to justify deviating from those assumptions. Either be it I don't know, having own data, own verified data that would then justify deviating from what is the default in the methodology. But I think those are the cases where one would have to be more mindful and then justify the reasoning for that deviation. And then I think Gianluca will probably then be able to define better what will then be looked at and what is asked and what the evaluators will be paying more attention to.
Thanks, Joao. I don't know if we have the following question. Okay. Is it a disadvantage to have the project start date before the grant agreement signature? If not, what is the earliest date to start the project? I think this is for you.
So there is no advantage or disadvantage to have the project started before the grant agreement signature. The point is that you can only have the project start date after, so the first day of the month after the application submission. So that's really an important point. And the reason why you will have a project start date before is because you have costs that are incurred between the application submission and the grant agreement signature. So in that case, if your project is selected and you are in the grant agreement preparation phase, you will be asked to move your project start date before, so that all the costs incurred can be included in the relevant cost calculation. So that's really the main message. But again, also to stress that you may not, all the costs incurred before the application date are not eligible for funding.
So a big implication on the funding you can have on what you can claim and you cannot claim is basically the answer. And obviously then it depends on your project. Do we have all the questions? Yeah. Are there any requirements on the internationality of consortia? Can a consortium be from one country only? Okay. First of all, the Innovation Fund, compared to other EU programs, doesn't require any type of transnationality in the group of applicants that may apply, neither requires a consortium. So we have many projects which are just mono-beneficiary. That's an important thing to be considered. Then you have to think yourselves, depending on what is the proposal you're putting forward, who are the members, do you need several companies, several organizations to carry out the project? Do you need them to come as a consortium? Do you want to come just as a single entity and then having other type of agreements or legal contracts with external companies? But this is something which is just a decision up to the applicant. So no internationality, no consortia needed to apply for the Innovation Fund. Is the construction sector in the scope of the Innovation Fund Call 24?
So here, well, the building sector as being part of the to some extent the ETS Annex 3 is part of the Innovation Fund. Clearly, I think it's also worthwhile to refer to, when we talk about the building sector, that we are talking about the fuel consumption within the building sector, and therefore also projects linked with that objective or with the reduction of fuel consumption are then the let's say the main focus within the Innovation Fund. But it's also worthwhile already to mention, linked with the construction sector, that from the very beginning of the Innovation Fund, for example, construction materials, be it the cement sector, the steel sector, so they have been and they will continue to be in scope of the Innovation Fund, and therefore eligible to submit projects with the objective, again, of decarbonizing such type of materials, and as mentioned, not only the product but also the product substitution. So yeah. So again, it will depend on the type of project, but yeah, I give you a bit of different angles from which this can be considered as an eligible sector.
Thank you, Joao. Well, I think there are still many questions, but we are going to break now, because I think after such a dense morning, we probably all need some fresh air and some energy. We'll have the opportunity of having more questions, and we'll have during the afternoon. We'll also have a couple of Q&A sessions. Maybe now, just to wrap, I think what comes clearly from this morning and from all what you have listened to is the need to read carefully all the documents and understand very well the call, the requirements, all the information which is available for you in the Funding and Tenders portal and also on the CINEA website. Get familiar with the methodologies and the guidance. We have already listened about them from both Joao and Alexandre. You will have tutorials in the coming days. Please get familiar with them. If you still have questions after all that, you will have the help desk, which is there to help you. And try to check the consistency when you are preparing a proposal on the claims that you do, the figures, the explanations that you provide, and avoid duplications and namely contradictory information in different parts of your proposals. Same goes to vague statements. Think that the proposals are going to be evaluated by experts, by people who do not know about them. Therefore, they're going to be if your proposals are credible or not. So try to provide evidence, data, assumptions, provide the good foundations for what you are putting there, underpin the claims with strong evidence and analysis, and use the documents that really confirm these claims, whether these are quotes from suppliers, memorandum of understandings, letter of intents from off-takers, commitment letters from funders, or depending on whatever is your project about. And then be realistic with your expectations and the timing. Consider what is the full project, what are the contexts in terms of market, regulatory, all the permits, supply chains delayed. So, I mean, bring your proposals down to earth, because if it becomes a project, you will need to consider all these elements, and it's better to be conservative. This is just a snapshot of what will be the program this afternoon. We are going to go through the award criteria, and we will also have the possibility of looking at some lessons learned on what we have seen from the past evaluation and what we can give you as information of areas where you should put extra attention. A call to those of you who may have an interest in becoming evaluators with us. We are always in search of good experts. So if you are interested on that, or you know someone that could be, please pass the word among your networks, and you have their QR to to get more information. And finally, through Slido, I understand now we're having some questions as well on how do you see the program of today, how is the info day being carried out. Your feedback is important because we try to improve as much as possible, and the best way to do it is just having your impressions and your opinions on what's going on. So with this, I thank you very much, as well as the team here, and we'll see you in an hour. So we'll be back at 13:30. Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I hope Judith have the time to breathe, to walk a bit, and also to recharge your batteries with some lunch. We are back. We keep on having a strong team to reply to your questions through Slido, and we have some new speakers on top of those that you have seen already this morning. This afternoon, we are going to go through the award criteria which are applicable for the Innovation Fund 24 call, so for the general call. Those specific for the batteries will be covered in the event tomorrow. So first of all, we're going to walk through the degree of innovation with Susanna. Gianluca will talk to us about the GHG. And then we'll go into the maturity criterion, and there you will have 3 speakers because there are 3 sub-criteria. So we'll have Gianluca for the technical maturity, Alexander that will cover financial maturity and cost efficiency, and then again Susanna on the operational maturity. We will then have a Q&A session for which we will use Slido as this morning. And to tell you that eventually, if you have posted a question in a slide and has not been answered according to your impression, it might be that it is answered and it's there on a Slido, because there are many questions which have been already replied this morning. So if you have an interest, just check on those that have been answered, because as I said, we just had chosen a sample of them to answer live, and some of them, because of the amount of questions, maybe they are down at the moment in the list. And with no more delays, I'm going to pass on the floor, first of all, to Susanna. I'm going to stop here. Susanna.
Thank you, Maria. Good afternoon, everyone. The first award criterion that we will look at this afternoon is degree of innovation, or DOI in short. The most specific sections of the application where information on the degree of innovation has to be included are in the application form Part B, Section 1, where applicants need to specify the innovativeness of the project in relation to the state of the art, and describe and also explain well how the innovation goes beyond the state of the art. Because this is expressly what we are looking for, going beyond the state of the art. In addition to the application form Part B dedicated sections, information on the DOI is expected in any due diligence report that you might have. This is not a mandatory document. If you have it, you can upload it together with the mandatory documents that are part of the application, and together with the feasibility study, which is a mandatory document. And as we heard this morning, this is new for this call. A template for the feasibility study is available in the submission system, the funding and tender portal. And we recommend to use the template as a guidance if you don't have already one. If you already have a feasibility study, please ensure that at least the same level of detail and information as in the template is included in your own feasibility study. What is expected to find under degree of innovation is a description of the state-of-the-art solutions that the project aims to demonstrate. This should focus on the European level. There is an exception for national level. I will talk about that later on. And it has to be evident from your application how the project, that can be technologies, products, services, processes, business models, go beyond the commercial and technological state of the art. And it's important that you substantiate that with performance data in your application to make it sound and credible. Innovation Fund aims to support projects that go beyond incremental innovation in a scale that can go from intermediate to breakthrough. So if a proposal is about incremental innovation, meaning that it brings only minor changes or small improvements compared to the state of the art, the application will not be retained. For the application to be retained, meaning that is above the passing threshold, it has to be intermediate or strong, meaning that new and considerably changes are proposed. Also, it's possible that novel combinations to mature technologies are proposed, or scale up of innovative technologies. All these are, sorry, I've noticed that sorry, my mistake, I forgot to move to the next slide. Apologies. But I hope you were able to follow. What we are actually looking for is for very strong or breakthrough innovation, where completely new technologies or processes or models are being put forward, and the innovations might lead to significant changes or even completely new situations that will transform the entire market. So, as I mentioned, the Innovation Fund aims to support technologies, business models, processes, or products that are not yet commercially available. There are different types of innovative actions. It can be a first-of-a-kind commercialization or large-scale commercial size demonstration. It can be a second or more of a kind commercialization. In this case, you need to be mindful, because it is important to justify why, for example, in terms of cost reduction, that was before inhibiting the commercialization of, let's say, the technology. So you need to be very thorough in your explanation. Or it can be innovative at smaller scale, at a pilot scale, especially if it is the right scale at which the technology needs to be proven before moving to a large-scale demonstration. All of these types of innovative actions are possible, including scaling up of innovative technologies, techniques, processes. When identifying the current state of the art, it is important that you make reference to ongoing Innovation Fund projects. If a proposal focuses on innovations that are already covered by an Innovation Fund project, which already started its operation, so it is in operation, these might be considered by the experts that will evaluate the proposals as not going beyond incremental innovation, and the proposal might be rejected. It is important that if the solution that is proposed in the application is similar to one already awarded by the innovation with an Innovation Fund grant, the proposal must clearly justify where the new innovative elements of the proposed project lie. For example, the scale, the type of application, or the different elements. It is really your responsibility to highlight what's novel in your project compared to ongoing Innovation Fund projects, and you have the hyperlink on where to find information on what is already funded by the Innovation Fund. As I mentioned earlier, the level of innovation has to be the European level for all the topics under the IF24 Call, with the exception, and this is the only exception, of the small-scale projects that are applying to the dedicated topic. In that case, the reference can be at the national level. It is important to note that, clearly, if the application goes beyond the state of the art at the European level, even if at a small scale, it will receive, or it might receive, a higher score. However, national level is acceptable for small-scale projects. And this is lessons learned from the past, from last year call, where you can see which were the main reasons for failing under degree of innovation. The first one was that the innovation was not sufficiently identified and justified with credible evidence, means that in the proposal, there were no substantiation with or in terms of data. The type of data is really dependent on the specific cities of the proposal, but the proposal was too vague and not sufficiently justified. The second reason was that the state of the art was not well elaborated. And as you can see in the slide, there might be different sub-reasons, all bundled under the state of the art, going from consideration to existing projects to inconsistencies across documents. And I must say that inconsistencies across documents is something that we unfortunately see in a number of applications, and something that should be carefully considered and thoroughly checked before submitting an application. And there is also an interesting point where the advancements of the compared to the state of the art were not substantiated at all. The last point is again on inconsistencies across documents. This is just a reminder of something that was said this morning. In terms of best practices, be clear, exhaustive, and always transparent, non-ambiguous. Always evidence your claims and make clear references in the application form Part B to the feasibility study, because these are the key documents used when assessing the degree of innovation that will be read by the evaluators at the same time. So this is what you should be doing when covering degree of innovation in your application. First, you will have to describe the relevant state of the art, including both technological and commercial aspects. You will have to quantify how and evidence your innovation in terms of, and again, it depends on the project, can be cost, can be TRL, SRL, or other technical characteristics and performance, again, depending on the project. You need to identify how your innovation will go beyond the state of the art. You need to compare your innovation against the current state of the art, European or national level for small-scale projects, and also considering ongoing innovation fund projects. You need to consider whether there have been barriers against the implementation of the technology or its integration. And finally, once again, you need to provide evidence and compare the key performance of the technology, products, processes that you'll be proposing against the current state of the art using the relevant parameters. If relevant and applicable, you can provide patent information or information on IPRs that you have been developing in the past and you're proposing to utilize. If the innovation lies in the integration of different technologies, it is important to consider how will the innovation be implemented or integrated overall. And with that, I pass the floor to my colleague for the next session. Gianluca, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Susanna. So good morning, good afternoon, everybody, also from my side. Yeah. Okay, I try again. So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. And so my name is Gianluca Tondi. I'm responsible for the sector energy intensive industries and CCU in the Innovation Fund unit of CINEA, and in the next 10 minutes I will present you the criterion on greenhouse gas emissions avoidance potential, and my presentation somehow will be complementary to the one of Joao this morning. Mine will focus more on the award criteria. Sorry. Yeah, okay. So this is as already presented, as you know, for the purpose of Innovation Fund, the greenhouse gas emissions avoidance of the project is calculated in terms of absolute greenhouse gas emissions. avoidance and relative greenhouse gas emissions avoidance. Clearly, it's vital, it's essential that these values are carefully calculated, the claims are credible, realistic, because these are, the credibility of these claims will be assessed by the experts during the evaluation, but also later during project implementation, in case your project is recommended for funding. The disbursement of the Innovation Fund grant will depend on the verified achievements of these emissions reduction. So it's essential that the emission reduction described in the proposals will be then delivered during the project implementation. So the documents, the relevant documents where you need to address this part of your application are the application form, Part B, in particular Section 2, and also, of course, the greenhouse gas emissions avoidance calculator. I remind you, this is a mandatory annex. You can find them in the funding tender portal, and of course, you need to fill in following the methodology that has been presented this morning. As already presented, there are 3 sub-criteria under this criterion. The first 2 are the absolute greenhouse gas emissions avoidance and the relative greenhouse gas emission avoidance. The absolute, it's the difference, practically is the difference between the expected greenhouse gas emissions of the proposed project and the greenhouse gas emissions in the reference scenario for the 10 years after entry into operation. So this is important. You need also to provide these values based on the 10 years period after entry into operation, even if your monitoring period it's lower. And relative is similar. It's absolute greenhouse gas emissions avoidance divided by the greenhouse gas emissions in the reference scenario. And also here you need to consider the same 10 years period. The score of these 2 sub-criteria is automatically calculated on the basis of the figures of the values that you provide in your application and using the formulas that are provided in the call text. So these 2 values are somehow automatically calculated and not directly checked by the experts. And the calculation, of course, must be done using the relevant calculator, in line with what we have been presented this morning, and following the methodology that you already seen. So, as I said, the first 2 sub-criteria are somehow automatic numbers automatically calculated. The external experts will assess the credibility of your calculation in the 3rd sub-criterion. This one is quality and credibility of the greenhouse gas emissions avoidance calculation and minimum requirements. Here, experts, the external experts, we assess again the quality and the credibility of your calculation. How you calculated values, if you applied correctly or not the greenhouse gas methodology. In case of issues in the quality of the calculation, for instance, some parameters are not reliable sufficiently, or there are some assumptions are not fully justified or lack substantiation. If there are some issues in terms of calculation from this point of view, points may be reduced. In case the methodology is not applied correctly, or in case there are some parts that are empty or not filled in correctly, the score of this sub-criterion will be below the minimum threshold, and the proposal will be automatically rejected because it is serious or issues to the project. I mentioned that there are also minimum requirements. So experts also will check whether your proposal meets or not the minimum requirements that are mentioned, are indicated in the call text. For instance, for projects, mainly projects in the energy-intensive industry area, projects producing products that have an UTS benchmark, you need to demonstrate that process emissions of your project per unit of product are below the corresponding EU ETS benchmark. If this is not the case, if your value is higher, the proposal doesn't meet the minimum requirement and will be automatically rejected. So it's very important, of course, that you have values that are in line with this minimum requirement. For project using biomass feedstock, you need to demonstrate that the biomass used will meet the sustainability requirements of the Renewable Energy Directive, and you can find all the legislative references in the call text. So this is only for projects, of course, with the bioenergy, focusing on biomass. For all projects, on the other hand, we have a minimum requirements that is valid for all the projects, for all the topics, in all sectors. The relative greenhouse gas emissions avoidance must be at least 50% for all topics except pilots. For pilots, should be at least 75%. This is because for pilots, as already said, I mean, we aim to projects with aiming at deep decarbonization of the relevant sector. So in all these cases, your project should satisfy this minimum requirement. So this means the relative absolute emissions avoidance should be at least 50% for all topics and 75% for pilots. If the proposal will reach a lower value, will be the minimum requirement is not met and the proposal will be rejected. This is just a reminder, Joao already mentioned in the morning, so it's, I mean, you need to follow the methodology we already presented. There are recordings with videos that will provide some guidance on how to apply the methodology in the different areas, and so you can find them on the portal. And then there are also on the CINEA website a set of examples of the calculators already filled in. And finally, in the next day also we'll have tutorials on how to fill the different greenhouse gas calculators. These are numbers of lessons learned based on the previous call. And you can see on the right side that 11 proposals failed under this criterion, under greenhouse gas calculation. The main reasons are poor, not credible assumptions provided in the calculations, utilization of wrong emission factors, double counting of emissions or wrong calculations, and so on. All these issues resulted in a considerable overestimation of the greenhouse gas emissions reduction values in most of the cases. Here on the right, you can see, for instance, the main reasons have been the first one, the first two were wrong assumptions or assumptions not sufficiently justified, not providing supporting evidence that somehow justified the provided numbers or the provided selection of parameters. Second was the wrong emission factor in the reference scenario. So, for instance, been used emission factor not in line with the provided with the methodology, and this resulted in a significant overestimations of the greenhouse gas emission savings. Other errors were double counting of emissions, wrong calculation of waste or end-of-life emissions, inconsistency in the definition of the scope of the reference project scenario that, of course, also result in the mistakes in the calculation, and wrong or missing input emissions. And also we have cases where the minimum requirements for relative greenhouse gas emissions avoidance were not met, and so, as already said, this brought to the rejection of the proposal. So to summarize, please follow the methodology carefully. So please take your time to read it, because we are aware it's quite a long document, and focus, of course, on the parts that are more relevant for your projects. Identify the principal products, the sector, the scenario, and the methodology, depending on the nature of your project, as presented by Joao this morning. Use the correct emission factors. Please check this in the methodology. And when you have assumptions, when you choose parameters, always justify your choices and provide robust and credible justification to all your assumptions and steps in the process. So this was my last slide on the greenhouse gas emission savings. I pass now to project maturity. As you know, project maturity is divided in 3 sub-criteria. I will present technical maturity, and then Alexander and Susanna will present financial and operational maturity. So technical maturity here, experts will basically assess two main aspects. The first one is the actual feasibility from the technical point of view of the proposed solution, of your solution to achieve the expected outputs. And the second one, if your proposal demonstrates a sufficient understanding of the technical risks that could affect the feasibility of your solution, and also the associated mitigation measures. So these are the 2 key points under these aspects. In order to address these points, you will find in application form a number of points, of questions that you need to cover. So, for instance, you need to outline clearly the technical characteristics of and the scope of your project. You should include information on the project location side, on your technology you have selected, why you have selected this technology, on the expected sources of resources and feedstock, and also, of course, at the end, on the expected outputs of your project in terms, for instance, of volume and quality of the final products that you will produce. You should describe in detail the technology, all the different aspects, all the different components of this technology, and the processes associated with the operation of the proposed solution, and also the plan, for the development of the technology and of the plant. And especially for complex projects where there are several technologies, there are several components, several processes involved, it's important to explain clearly the interface between these components, between these processes, and also you provide details how all the possible issues related to this, to the combination of these different components or processes will be solved. And finally, also the technical risk. You need to identify the key technical risks that could affect the technology you are proposing, and also the mitigation measures you propose to mitigate them. The relevant documents in the proposal, in the application, are the application form, Part B, in particular Section 0, on the scope and the technical characteristics of the project. 4.1, of course, on the technical maturity, the feasibility study, that is a mandatory annex that has already been mentioned, and then, of course, also, if available, any due diligence report. For the technical, for the first point that I mentioned before, so the technical feasibility of your project to achieve the expected outputs, you should explain carefully the degree of technology readiness of the proposed solution, the current readiness level, and also how your project will bring to the desired, to the needed readiness in order to deliver the expected outputs. So you need to reply to a number of questions. Again, you find them in the application form. For instance, the first one has the technology already been proven in the pilot scale or demonstration? So this is useful for you to demonstrate that your technology, your solution will be able to achieve the expected outputs, providing, for instance, sufficient evidence based on the results of how the pilot scale operated. So this is important that you provide this information in the proposal in order to demonstrate that, on the technical feasibility. Then, are the characteristics of the proposed plant credible? They are in line with basic engineering principles, so you need to provide well-detailed mass and energy balances, for instance, not generically addressed, but specific to your project. And also, are the technical assumptions that you provided realistic and coherent with the current state of technology of the solution you are addressing? You need to provide robust and credible assumptions when you assume some operational characteristics of the plant, and also you need to provide to justify with with credible and detailed evidence the estimation of the expected outputs. As already mentioned, provide clear reference to relevant parts in the feasibility study and other supporting documents. So if for instance, some aspects are more elaborated in the feasibility study, in the application form part B, please put a clear reference that this is also present in the feasibility study, for instance. For maritime sector projects, the description of existing vessels, if applicable, of course, if the project is focusing on this, and should be provided, and also details on the operational area, shipbuilding location, and servicing network. The feasibility study, this is a new novelty in comparison to previous calls. So this time you can find in the portal, in the submission system, a template that we recommend you to use. So we strongly recommend you to use the template that you can find in the submission system. If not, if you use, you already have a feasibility study, for instance, still make sure that you submit the same level of detail and information that you can find in the template that we have on the portal. So the feasibility study should include certain points. Again, these are all mentioned in the template. So for instance, the first point is an overall description of your project. Provide some background information. For instance, when you have an existing plant, you want to integrate your system in a existing situation. Provide information on the site, on the location of the project, specific and measurable objectives of your projects. They should also provide a plan on the steps necessary to secure the resources and the feedstock that should be used for the operation of your plant. Technical assessment, again, this you need to provide information that the technical degree of technical readiness of your project and how your project will, at the end, will be developed to deliver the expected outputs. The expected project outputs, as I already said, these are basically the expected volumes and the expected the quality of the final products. Techno-economic analysis of your project with a summary of the key technical and economical information that are necessary to have an idea to analyze the techno-economic aspects of your project. Please be ensured that these are consistent also with the business plan, for instance, because you are using similar data. And finally, also that's not mentioned here, but also the feasibility study, there is a part template, there is a part related to the risks and to the mitigation measures. So for the risks, this time risks should be included only in the feasibility study. So this is a reminder. So don't fill in the part in the application form, the relevant part on risk. Focus on the feasibility study. This is again to avoid duplications and confusion. So we ask you to use only the feasibility study to cover the part on risks. You should focus on the key risks that could impact the technical feasibility of your solution, the solution you are proposing, and describe the impact of these risks in case they materialized, and also the proposed risk mitigation measures. The mitigation measures should be sufficiently elaborated, should not be generic, should be clear and specific to the risk that you identified, and also it's useful to explain why you think they are suitable to mitigate the identified risk. Finally, summarize your analysis in a table. There is a table in the template that you can find in the portal with the risk description, likelihood of the risk, impact, and mitigation measure, and so on. And finally, provide a risk heat map like the one that you can find here in this slide. So in terms of lessons learned from previous calls, 29 proposals failed under technical maturity, maybe more, but for sure under technical maturity. So the main reasons, the key reasons for failing under these aspects are that mainly the most of the proposals, they didn't address properly the technical risks or the mitigation measures. And then second reasons were the technical feasibility was not sufficiently demonstrated by providing sufficiently clear, detailed, and credible data in the proposal. So at the end, the experts assessed that there is no evidence that your proposal will be able, the proposal was able to deliver what was claimed in terms of, for instance, a final products volume. And so here on the right side, you can find all the different reasons. So in this case, our recommendations are: when you address technical risk, identify all the key risks, be specific, and also describe the likelihood and the impact with the realistic assumptions, and the mitigation measures should be credible and specific to that risk. For the technical feasibility, provide clear, detailed data, again, including mass and energy balance, for instance, including results from pilot scales, and so on. And as I already mentioned, it's important to address challenges related to the integration of the different components if your project has this situation. Ensure that provide plant design, flow diagrams, all explanation that could help to understand how the project will deliver what you claim. And again, clearly outline the technology readiness level of your project, providing supporting sufficient evidence. And finally, also, don't forget that the proposal should be complete and should be sufficiently clear. Also, this was the reason of failure for some proposals under this criterion. So the last slide, to summarize, first, describe carefully the readiness level of a proposed solution. Describe them based on credible data. Be concise, be realistic, and provide key facts and figures in the proposal itself. And provide relevant data, as I said, for instance, for pilot scales demonstration based on similar projects, and provide reliable parameters and robust assumptions to demonstrate the feasibility of the technical solution you're proposing. Finally, include and analyze all relevant critical risk and the associated mitigation measures. And this evidence can be provided in application form Part B, on the feasibility study, in the calculator, but also in the other documents like the due diligence report, procurement quotes, memorandum of understanding, and signed letter of intent or support. As Susanna already said, ensure full consistency between all the documents, in particular in this case for feasibility study, business plan, and greenhouse gas calculators. And finally, resubmission are welcome, especially when the TRL is changing, for instance, between one call and the other. And I think this was my last slide, so I pass the floor to Alexandre for the financial maturity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Gianluca. Good afternoon. My name is Alexandre Cobart. I work in the financial engineering team at CINEA, and I will present key points of the financial maturity criterion, which has proven once again to be one of the most challenging sub-criteria of project maturity and of the whole criteria as a whole. I will give you some points and lessons learned based on the previous call. So first, to what is the objective? The focus of financial maturity is the ability of projects to reach financial close within 4 years. We want to select the projects that are best positioned, that have the best chances to be ultimately implemented and reach financial close the soonest. What do we mean by financial close? We want projects that have the financial means, the permits, and the contracts. This is how financial close is defined in the Innovation Fund Delegated Regulation. It is the moment where final investment decision has been taken, the financing agreements have been signed, the permits obtained, and the contract with suppliers, customers and construction contractors have been executed. So it's really the moment where the project is ready to get off the ground. In this criterion, the expert will focus on 4 points. First, the project business plan and profitability. Second, soundness of the financing plan, the commitment of project funders, and understanding of the business and financial risk, as well as mitigation measures. Similarly to the last call, projects in manufacturing and pilot topics, if they show a credible path to reach financial close within 2 years, may get relatively higher scores. So how do you fill your application documents? First, you need to submit the mandatory annexes, and the main one is the business plan. A big difference with the previous call is that we streamlined all the information that you need to submit by introducing a business plan template, which you can download in the Funding and Tenders Portal submission system. If you fill this template, you are safe because you have all the level of detail that is required. Next to that, you have your detailed financial model with all your detailed projections and calculation of your assumptions. And you have the financial information file, which is a template that we ask every project to fill in order to collect the financial data of projects in a standardized way. Also, this template calculates the relevant cost and also calculates the cost efficiency. There is one more mandatory annex, and that's the financial statements of your project shareholders over the last 3 years, if they are available. If the shareholders are publicly listed, you may only provide the website link. It is not necessary to send the hundreds of pages. And next to that, there are the supporting documents. And these are very important because they will support the credibility and achievability of your business plan and also showcase the progress that you have made towards securing the financing agreements and also the contract agreements with the suppliers, with the off-takers, and with the construction contractors. These documents can be heads of terms, letter of intent, memorandum of understanding. This time, we provided in the call text in Annex 3 some guidance on the minimum set of content that we require from these documents so that you have a better understanding of what we expect to see in these supporting documents. So please consult the Annex 3 in the call text. Sometimes we see a very long list of documents. The content is not always meaningful. So in that case, do not add them because this will not help your application. It may dilute very important information in a very long flow of documents. So focus on quality versus quantity. Now I will move now to each of the sections of the business plan template. The first step you see on this slide is the shift from business model, or if you like, the business concept to the business plan. One very important point is to make sure you clearly outline the scope of your project and that all the projections that you make are within the perimeter of this defined scope. Also outline, fully describe, substantiate your main revenues, your main cost assumptions on CAPEX, OPEX, include a detailed breakdown, describe the prices, describe the volumes, and attach any due diligence such as market studies to underpin these assumptions. This is really essential. Also describe the strategy to secure the contracts with off-takers, with suppliers, with construction contractors, and provide, to the extent possible, preliminary terms of contract. And finally, if you assume contingencies with regards to CAPEX and OPEX, justify them because this justification is important, also because contingencies will be reflected in the relevant cost calculation, and given that this determines the grant amount, it is a really important aspect of your evaluation. Now, the second point is once you have defined your business model, business plan, You need to translate all of that into a concrete set of cash flow projections. In your detailed financial model, you will include all calculations and the detailed figures, all the assumptions. And based on these assumptions, you will insert them as input in your financial information file template, which will show, as I mentioned, this data in a standardized way and will calculate relevant cost and cost efficiency. You also need to describe the returns of your project, which are calculated over the entire project lifetime with the Innovation Fund grant, and compare that to the WACC. And it is the project WACC that is detailed in the relevant cost guidance. One important point, also based on the questions we saw on Slido, we are looking to finance projects which are most likely to be funded and hence which reach the minimum threshold in terms of investment returns with the grant. But that doesn't mean that that projects which have very low returns cannot be selected. It means that if the returns are low, experts need to see evidence that the project shareholders are committed to inject equity despite these low returns. On this slide, we move to the next point of the business plan. It is on the credibility of the financing plan. The first point, and that's really important, clearly identify all the funding sources. Do not leave gaps in your financing plan. This is one of the pitfalls we see that causes projects to fail. Projects need to have sufficient resources. They need to cover construction costs. They need to cover potential negative cash flows. So for example, if the revenues do not materialize as expected, and based on your risk analysis, this could have a major impact on your cash flow projections, you should have a fallback plan and backup financing so that you show that the project can still survive if this would materialize. Now, if your project is intending to raise debt, justify the key terms, show that they are in line with the market standards, ensure that your debt assumptions are supported by stable cash flows, and also underpinned by long-term offtake contracts. Depending on where you are on the way to financial close, if possible, provide letters from the banks. What we are looking for essentially is that the banks can endorse the proposed your project. I mean, the proposal that you make, the assumptions that you have. And if you are closer to financial close, ideally you could also provide already indicative term sheets from the lenders, and also indicate potential terms from offtake contractors. That would really help to build a strong case on your debt financing. Also describe the funding, indicate an organizational chart that would highlight the main legal entities, at which level the debt will be raised, and also whether there will be recourse or not to the parent entities. And last point, make sure that the grant disbursement that you are proposing is in line with the call text requirements, which means maximum 40% of the grant that you are requesting at financial close, at least 10% after entry into operation. And in other words, this means up to 90% from the development to the end of the construction period. Next point is on the commitment of project funders. This is important that you describe where you stand in terms of your internal approval process. Provide letters from shareholders following the guidance that I indicated earlier in the Annex 3 of the call text. If you need to raise equity externally, provide letters of intent from potential investors, including the amounts they express with the expression of interest to fund. If you are going to raise debt, try to confirm the visibility of the debt assumptions and provide terms and conditions if you are close to financial close. If you expect support from additional public funding, include evidence, for example, on the status or planning of the stated clearance and where you stand in the application and selection procedure. Now, on the letters of support, if the project has low or negative returns, experts will scrutinize these letters even more. So it is important that you mention that shareholders are aware of the low returns and willing, committed to inject equity in spite of these low returns. And finally, on the business and financial risks, there you really need to clearly describe the main business and financial risks and provide appropriate mitigation measures. If these risks materialize and they have an important impact, you may need a backup plan, as I indicated, with contingency planning, contingency funding to cover the downside scenarios. For example, that could be if you expect a significant national grant. If that grant would not materialize, would there be funding provided by the shareholders as a backup plan? And next to that, also, in parallel, provide a sensitivity analysis to identify what are the main risks and what impact they have, and justify that based on the mitigation measures that you propose. I move now to the lessons learned based on the results in financial maturity from the last call. One key takeaway is that the failing reasons in maturity are evenly distributed between business plan and financing plan. Also, we only see a minority of projects which are failing both. So therefore, we believe that projects can work and improve on their weaker points and apply for the next call and succeed. Similarly to the last call, as I said, financial maturity remains one of the biggest hurdle in project maturity. So we urge you to follow the instructions we provide very carefully. Now, on this slide, you see the main reasons for failing on the business plan. And there we insist on the level of detail. Provide breakdown of figures, use assumptions that are realistic, credible, explain your assumptions, evidence with quotes from customers, justify the figures that you use in the financial information file for revenues, OPEX, CAPEX. This is essential. Also consult the core text for guidance for the expected content in the supporting documents, as I indicated earlier, with regards to the funding support and the project contracts. Moving now to the financing plan. There, as you can see, one key issue related to the financing strategy and availability of resources of shareholders to inject funds. For example, if you are a small corporate or startup and the investment is very significant compared to your current activities or the current resources that you have, come up with a solid plan, give concrete indication of interest from external investors to inject equity so that experts can assess the credibility of your financing plan. And this is even more crucial if your financial close is very near, because you are then expected to have secured a lot of this documentation and ready to achieve all these agreements with your financing parties and with your main project counterparties. Next to that is also to identify all funding sources. We saw still projects which are leaving gaps in their financing plan, so make sure that every source of funding is identified and that it covers fully all the needs of the project. So this slide shows on the graph the score of financial maturity that you see on the x-axis and the internal rate of return with the grant on the y-axis. And the message that we want to give here is that, yes, projects have been selected even if the IRR, so the internal rate of return, was negative or below the WACC. So if experts find that the commitment letters recognize the issue of project profitability and confirm the willingness to implement the project in spite of this low profitability, this can mean that the project can be selected. And this is especially relevant for pilot projects because we know, pilot projects may not have the objective to be profitable. They may be there to test a product, so it is not to optimize the production. In that case, profitability can be low, but you need to show, in that case, the commitment of the shareholders to inject the equity. It is very important. And finally, I come to the 7 golden rules we identified in financial maturity. They summarize everything I've said, so I will not go over them once more, but make sure you follow them because they will help you to build a solid application. And we also have 2 tutorials, one on how to fill the financial information file, and we also have one tutorial on lessons learned, where we show specific examples of mistakes, and also on the 5 topics of the business plan, and also provide tips on how to prepare a solid business plan and solid financing plan. So please listen to them. They will help you to build a strong application. Okay, so I'm moving now to the next criterion, which is the last one you find in the call text, cost efficiency. The objective of cost efficiency is to assess the quality of the relevant cost calculation and also the cost efficiency ratio. So first point, so what do you need to fill in the application form documents? Essentially, you need to fill the one section of the application form part B. It's section 7.1, where you need to give some explanation on the assumptions that you have taken regarding the relevant cost methodology and the cost efficiency ratio assumptions. Other than that, you have the detailed financial model and the financial information file, which I discussed earlier. They will automatically, once filled, automatically calculate the relevant cost and the cost efficiency. And then special attention if you are using the reference plant methodology, because there, as I indicated in the session this morning, there are mandatory documents to be provided in this specific case, which are described in the core text, notably the other annexes, but also an additional sheet in your detailed financial model to show the data for your reference plant. And also, there are some inputs needed, additional inputs needed in the financial information file in connection with this reference plant. So how is cost efficiency scored? There are 2 sub-criteria. One is automatic. So basically, you fill your financial information file, you get a cost efficiency ratio, and this leads automatically to a specific score out of 12 points. And then you have a qualitative sub-criteria with 3 points, and that is about the quality of your calculation. And the cost efficiency reflects the relevant cost calculation in particular. So this is really important because this is where the expert will basically comment on the quality of the relevant cost calculation. And the relevant cost calculation is what determines the grant that you can request. So it is an important aspect of the assessment. And there's also a minimum pass score of 1.5 points. So it is really important aspect of your evaluation. Now, to say just a word on the formula, there are no changes compared to the last call. With respect to the minimum threshold, cost efficiency has a minimum requirement of 200 euro per ton of CO2 equivalent. If it's above 200, the project will be rejected. And then there is a difference for pilot projects where the threshold is 2,000 euro per ton. And if above, the project would not be rejected, but have a score of 0. And now I come to the formula. So how is the cost efficiency ratio calculated? And there are 2 parts. First, the numerator and then the denominator. You see on the slide. In the numerator, basically it will be the requested grant amount, which is maximum 60% of the relevant cost. And in addition to that, other form of public support. And I will spend some time to give you more guidance on that. So that can be another EU program or a national program with state aid. So there is a bit of a question we have on when you need to add other public support in the numerator. And that basically depends on whether you have this other public support assumed in your financing plan and your financial projections. So if you have already secured this other form of public support, it must be obviously included. But if you have applied or if you intend to apply and there is a big element of uncertainty on whether you will receive it, there is an element of choice whether you include it in your financing plan or your financial projections. But if you do not include it, obviously your financing plan needs to be complete. So you need to identify another funding source to make sure that all the costs and all the negative operation cash flows are covered. But if you have, if you have a realistic chance to obtain this public support, the best representation is to include it in your financing plan, and so it will be reflected in the numerator. Now, another point is that if the public support is received during the operation, provide this expected disbursement over the lifetime of your project. What the template, the financial information file template will do is to automatically extract the subsidy that is obtained during the first 10 years after entry into operation. It will also be undiscounted, and this part will be added to the numerator of the cost efficiency. Another point also to say, in the denominator you have the absolute greenhouse gas emission avoidance during the first 10 years after entry into operation. And also, applicants can choose a lower innovation fund grant in the numerator to make their project more competitive compared to other applications in the terms of the cost efficiency calculation. Now, the two following slides are just going to expand a little bit more on the numerator of the cost efficiency and this other public support, as we have seen a lot of questions on this topic. So the first point to consider is whether your innovation fund project and the other public support, which can be EU or national support, are overlapping. So what do we mean by overlapping costs, overlapping projects? We mean that the project have the same scope and they incur essentially the same capex. So if I give you an example, if you plan to build an e-methanol plant that will consume hydrogen, and then you have another project where you are going to build an electrolyzer to produce hydrogen, one will build an e-methanol plant, the other one will build an electrolyzer, so they are not overlapping. Okay, so in that case, you do not have to add the other program in as other public funding. The other important point is that the projects are advised to get in touch with the competent authorities. If it's an EU funding program, the European Commission. Otherwise, if it's a national program, the national authorities, to make sure that it is possible to combine the two programs, that it is allowed, and that it is respecting the rules of combined support. So really important that you get in touch. For example, in the example I just mentioned, it may not be allowed to combine a project in this call with a project producing hydrogen in the Innovation Fund auction. So always make sure that you look carefully at the terms and conditions of the other program to see if combination is possible. Now, on the next one is to get in a bit more detail on the form of public support to see whether you need to add this other public support again in the numerator of cost efficiency. So this gives you a bit of examples. If the public support is EU funding, it's from Horizon Europe program or CEF, definitively this is okay, the two are overlapping, you need to add that in the numerator. Now, then comes the question, if you expect on top of that a national support, if it is in the form of a grant, if in the form of a contract for difference, in the form of feed-in tariffs, and you have confirmation it is state aid, then also that would be in the numerator of the cost efficiency. But there are some other forms of support which are still state aid, but which should not be added. And examples of these are CO2 tax reduction, lower levies on electricity use. So in these cases, these will be reflected as additional revenues or additional cost savings directly in your financial projection. So it will be reflected in the relevant cost directly, and it will not have to be added to the cost efficiency. I mean, the template will not add it to the cost efficiency. And then you have other type of support, which I mentioned earlier in the morning session. If you monetize free ETS emission allowances, or if you have general measures like a tax measure that applies to all companies, or if the support is not state aid, in that case as well, it will not have to be added to the cost efficiency ratio. Now, an additional point to mention is that if you don't know if your national support is state aid or not, we really urge you to contact the competent national authority the soonest, and also to check on the registry so that you know how you should treat this form of public support. So that's it for me. I pass now the floor to Susanna.
Thank you very much, Alexandre. So before moving to the next Q&A session, I would like to complete the presentation of the maturity criterion, which is the operation maturity sub-criterion. Sorry, wrong direction again, apologies. Here we are. So this is a summary of where the information on operational maturity is expected to be found. First of all, in the application form Part B, in the dedicated section on operational maturity, and in the sections where the applicants have to explain the work plan and the division in work packages. They explain the activities, resources, and timing planned. An additional relevant piece of information is, of course, the Gantt chart. This is a mandatory document. It is separate from the application form Part B, and it has to be uploaded as, again, separate document. Equally important is the participant information. This is the annex where applicants need to include the CVs of the key team members, a summary of the previous projects if they are relevant to the proposed project, or any other information that is useful for the evaluators to assess whether there is sufficient capacity in the project applicant or consortium, depending, to implement the project. And then in the feasibility study, as already said, this is a mandatory document. Information can also be found in the due diligence report. This is not a mandatory document. And finally, on the, again, not mandatory annex that will include the permits, the licenses, the authorizations that the project has already obtained, if any, to evidence that already progress has been made in obtaining the necessary permits. So when looking into details of the operational maturity, the first aspect is the credibility of the project implementation plan, which has to cover project milestones and deliverables. There are mandatory deliverables that must be included in the project implementation plan, namely financial close, entry into operation, and annually one after entry into operation. So for every year of operation, there is a mandatory milestone to mark the achievement of the planned GHG emission avoidance. It is important to include in the project implementation plan the strategy to reach financial close and entry into operation. They are clearly very important, so sufficient attention has to be dedicated to those, and make sure that there is, again, consistency, especially when talking about the project implementation plan. We refer to the application form Part B and the Gantt chart. So, for example, the work packages have to be the same in both documents. You need to consider appropriate contingencies. It depends on the different phases of the project. So the project implementation plan has to be realistic, depending on the projects, but there might be complex situations in terms of permitting that might take a bit of time. There might be construction periods that depend on other activities. There might be the procurement of long lead items. To all these aspects, and these are only examples, like once again, it depends on the project. The project implementation plan has to dedicate full consideration. Then one last point in terms of putting contingencies, but also be realistic. The ability to reach entry into operation has to be in line with the market standards. And clearly, the faster, the better. It is up to the applicant to ensure that the project implementation plan is solid and sound and realistic. The second aspect is very important, is about the permitting situation. So you need to state, first of all, the state of play, describe if permits have already been obtained and which ones they are, and the timeline that is expected, needed to obtain them, and if not yet achieved. If not yet achieved, is not only a timeline that is necessary, but also the main steps that will be necessary to obtain them from the relevant authorities. The information has to be summarized in the application form Part B, and also in well described in the feasibility study. One important aspect, yes, I can see that in the slide, is about environmental impacts and the permits that are related to those. It is important to, of course, include them among the permits that are needed. The third aspect to be considered under operational maturity is about public acceptance, and the strategy that is, or the steps that are planned to be put in place to obtain public acceptance for the projects. In certain cases, public acceptance is more relevant than others, but appropriate consideration is expected for all projects to this aspect. And particular attention has to be dedicated to all the environmental impacts that are expected, not only, for example, during construction, which is probably the most significant of the project phases, but throughout the entire project life cycle up to the commissioning. And the associated mitigation measures have to be clearly identified. The first important aspect is about the project management team and how the project is organized. The qualification of the key team members and the track record that they offer will be analyzed by the experts, and it is necessary that sufficient coverage of all the necessary skills are present in the team. If there is the necessity of ad hoc skills that are sourced outside the consortium, that has to be also indicated. The project organization has to be well described, so you need to answer to the question, how is the project going to be managed from a governance perspective, which are the roles and responsibilities in the project, how decisions will be made, which processes will the consortium follow in the course of the project development. There is a picture in the application form part B, which is a screenshot that you can see on the right-hand side of the slide, which is a project diagram. Please include one. It's helpful for the evaluators to visualize all the involved actors and how the project is going to be organized. In terms of risks, the operational ones are treated very similarly as the technical risks, meaning that they are not expected to be any longer included in the application form part B, but they must be very clearly identified in the feasibility study. And it's not only a matter of identifying them, but also to identify the appropriate mitigation measures, describe the impact that the risks might have if they materialize, and summarize the description that is part of the feasibility study in a table, and also include a risk heat map. It's very similar to the, as I said, to the technical risks. If you look at the feasibility study template, there is a section about operational risks as well. So in terms of lessons learned from our last call, there were 81 proposals that failed under operational maturity. 21, sorry. I'm short-sighted, so 21. The project implementation one, project implementation plan was the reason for failure for the vast majority of the projects that failed under these sub-criterion. There are different reasons. One could be that the project schedule was not credible. The work packages or the tasks, because every work package has to be divided into tasks, were insufficiently described. There were inconsistencies across documents. This is, again, a recurrent aspect. Milestones and deliverables were not suitable to ensure project monitoring. We will see later on that there is a set of mandatory milestones and deliverables. Those are mandatories, they have to be there, but depending on the project, adequate deliverables and milestones have to be introduced so that to give certainty that project monitoring will be well executed. One of the reasons for project failure was also that the team management and organization were not sound. There was or were not appropriately considered. Another reason was about permits and licenses that was insufficiently addressed in terms mostly on the plan and timeline to obtain the necessary ones. And finally, the risks and the mitigation measures were not appropriately identified. So they were not sufficient or not appropriately addressed. In terms of best practices for, sorry, this is operational maturity. The title of the slide is to be fixed, but the content is correct. So ensure that there are solid work packages and tasks, that there is a clear set of realistic deliverables, milestones, and means of verification. Operational risks, as we said, are to be included in the feasibility study, and the team that you are proposing has to have the necessary know-how and experience. The timeline has to be well, ambitious, but also realistic. as I said earlier, there are certain aspects that are common in most projects, like construction and supply, or obtaining licenses and permits, ensuring public acceptance, that have to be duly considered together with their potential delays. So you need to strike a balance between being ambitious and being realistic, which is indeed a challenge, and have a clear strategy to identify your project partners, especially when it comes to off-takers or suppliers. If you already have contractual evidence of all the involved actors, it is important to provide it to give solidity to your proposal. If that's not available for a number of reasons, it's too early, for example, for the project, you still need to prove that you gave sufficient consideration to that. And pay especially attention to the activities that will lead to financial close and entry into operation, and to the key activities in both these very, very critical, say, work packages in the project. And I think that was my last slide, indeed. So I'll hand it over to Maria for Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna, and also Gianluca and Alexandre. I think we have got a very dense but informative session that can allow us to understand the award criteria, so that we know a bit better how to prepare our proposals, but hopefully we also have succeeded on providing you an insight on what we have seen in earlier calls, namely in the last call, where we have seen people have made or had more difficulties to be successful. So we believe that you have really a lot of information there that can be useful in the months to come to help you. Where should I focus? What are the common mistakes or common weak points by other proponents. So now we are going to have questions on the presentations that we have just listened to. So GHG, degree of innovation, GHG, and then the three maturity sub-criteria. So the first question that we have is, does the high expected technology and project maturity mean that each project has to have gone through the deployment to pass the minimum threshold? Don't know who wants to take it. Susanna is about...
Yes, perhaps it's about... Thanks, Maria. Yeah, perhaps it's about DOI and technical maturity. Yes, indeed. In the Innovation Fund, there are no references to technology readiness levels. It is the responsibility of the applicants to prove that the project is sufficiently mature to reach its objectives during the project lifetime, namely in terms of delivering the promised GHG emission avoidance. So it is not a matter of, let's say, which level of deployment or testing the technology has reached, but is rather on the capacity of the technology to be then used to deliver GHG emission avoidance. In general, from the innovation, what we heard this morning, that there is a pilot topic in the call, which might be interesting for some applicants, but in general, it is expected that the technologies are ready to be deployed.
Thank you, Susanna. We go to the next question. So it seems to be about degree of innovation. In order to state the degree of innovation, it has been said to compare with innovation funded projects. However, for the ones recently funded in the IF24 Call, there is no available information how this should be addressed.
Well, the list of projects that are at the moment under grant agreement preparation is public, so there is information about them. It is true that there is no, let's say, very thorough information on the single projects, but I'm pretty sure that for people in the sector, they are well known. And just to be very clear, when you identify the state of the art, you need to make a reference to the market, European level or national level for small-scale projects, and the Innovation Fund projects are part of these analyses. So is one component taking into account, as I said, the market, and I believe that for applicants in the specific sector, the Innovation Fund projects that are currently under grant agreement preparation are well known without, yeah.
Thank you, Susana. We have a question on risks. Are the risks presented in the heat map being before or after the mitigation measures? Are we speaking of residual risk?
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Maria. So the risk to be presented in the heat map, there should be the risk before the, so you should in the map, in the table, in the map, you should identify the risk before the mitigation measures, so the likelihood and the impact of these risks. And then in the table, you should mention the mitigation measure. So the reply is yes, before. Of course, then if you want to elaborate even more in the proposal, you want to also mention these parameters for the residual risks after the mitigation measures, you are welcome to do it in the proposal itself.
Thank you. I think this is somehow overlapping with what Susana, you already said about the TRL. Is there a minimum TRL required at the submission stage?
No, Maria, there isn't. But again, the objective of the Innovation Fund is to achieve GHG emission avoidance. So, and I encourage applicants to consider the scope in each of the different topics in the in-call text to understand what is expected. But no, there is no minimum TRL required. We don't talk in terms of TRLs in the Innovation Fund.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one, which is on financial maturity. So this is for Alexandre. What is meant with viable within the financial maturity? Should the demo plant, in terms of pilots itself, operate at least break even by the end of the project?
Yes, thank you for the question. I alluded to that in my presentation. By financial viability, we essentially mean that the expected returns of the project are above the weighted average cost of capital. And as we said, projects which are financially viable have more chances to be implemented. So, but that doesn't mean that you absolutely need. We have no requirements on profitability, on viability in the Innovation Fund call. So if you expect that project returns are low, and that could be for pilot projects which may not have as objective, the objective to be profitable. In that case, what we ask is that you provide solid evidence from the shareholders that they acknowledge these low returns, and that nevertheless, in spite of that, they are committed to inject the equity that is needed. So that's really the important message. And as I illustrated on the graph, we have projects that have scored above the minimum score in financial maturity, which had rate of returns below the WACC and even sometimes negative IRR.
Thank you, Alexandre. Okay, can you please confirm for general decarbonization large-scale coal, what is the preferred timings for financial close and entry into operation?
I try to take that one if I understand correctly. I mean, the rule for all topics is that financial close needs to happen within 4 years of the grant signature. So that's the guidelines for all the topics, including the large-scale projects. But it is true that it is indicated, and as I mentioned, for manufacturing and pilot projects, if they occur within 2 years, so financial close within 2 years and entry into operation within 4 years, they may get higher score. But I want to add to that financial maturity is really assessed in a holistic way. So every aspect, and I also indicated in my presentation, it is provided that all the steps to reach financial close are credible. So it's assessed in a holistic way. For example, if the business plan is not credible, then de facto it would also mean that the financial close will likely not be achievable within the 2 years. So it's not really the advice to set an artificially close financial close date. So provide a realistic plan. And it is a given fact in the evaluation that if your financial close is expected to be quite soon, that you will have de facto more solid evidence to provide because you would have already made more progress towards securing the contracts and achieving better evidence, collecting better evidence. So then it's a natural way that you will likely get a higher score. So do not artificially try to push your financial close date, provide a realistic plan with realistic deadlines. That would make for a very solid application.
Thank you, Alexandre. I think this is clear and really honest answer because this can make a difference in a moment of evaluating a proposal by the experts. Okay, is there a limit on how similar a project could be with another one funded by the Innovation Fund? How would it be measured on the innovation criterion?
Perhaps I can try to take this one. No, there is no limit. However, it is very similar to what it is expected from any applicant when looking at the state of the art, meaning that it is your responsibility to show very clearly in the application which are the innovative elements that are being proposed in the application. So it is not a matter of how this is measured. It specifically for with reference to other to ongoing Innovation Fund projects is more a question of the definition of the degree of innovation and how, to which extent the proposal will go beyond the state of the art. It is treated in a very, very similar way. Once again, the Innovation Fund projects are part of the current landscape in terms of the availability of technologies or market. So the appropriate consideration is expected to be given to them, but they are part of the overall analysis of the market and how the proposed project will go beyond the current state of the art. As a suggestion, I would say that it's important to make a very clear list and analysis of all the innovative elements compared to the state of the art and to substantiate each of them so that it is clear where the advances are and how significant they are. If possible, it will always help to underpin any claim with substantial information. So if that's possible in terms of, I don't know, efficiency, for example, flexibility, or being the technology more adaptable to different conditions, these are all important elements to substantiate the claims.
Thank you, Susanna. I think we can take maybe one more question at least. Okay. It's on the state of the art. So a state of the art is identified just from the Innovation Fund evaluated projects or among all already existing prepared on the market. I think you have already explained about it. So one has to look really about everything which is going on in the market when we speak about the comparison with the state of the art at European level, and for the small scale projects at national level, it is possible. It will be because there are sometimes less ambitious, they can compare with the national or with the European, and obviously the Innovation Fund is considered among the European level ones. So I think this is already answered. Okay, with reference to the feasibility study standard as mentioned and the inclusion of risk analysis into the document, are the number of pages of the feasibility study extended or still set? I was just reading the question, whether the number of pages is extended because of this risk analysis, I understand, or is the limit is still 70. I like to.
Sorry, Maria, it was my fault. So, no, I suggest to read carefully the section 5 of the call text. In section 5, there are mentioned also the length of the different documents, and there are also some, especially if you already applied, because there are some differences in comparison to previous years. So as you can see in section 5 of the call text, the limit for the feasibility study is 60 pages, so it's not 70, but is 60, while for the application form is 70 pages. So now, as we already said, you need to put all the risks under the feasibility study, operational and technical risks, and this it's true that will require more pages under feasibility study. On the other hand, you will need less pages under the application form part B.
Thank you, Gianluca. They're telling me that since we are going very good today with the timing, we still have time for a few more questions. So next one, we keep on the risk. So risk section in the business plan. So this is going to be for Alex, I think, in the template. But you just mentioned to fill risk in the feasibility study. Can you confirm if both needs to be filled in or in one or only in the feasibility study? So the question is about, the business plan, if we also need the risk there.
Yeah, it's something maybe I forgot to clearly mention that in my presentation. For the risk section, you need to fill the business plan. This is where you put all the detail. And for simplicity, to simplify, we said that in application form part B, you only provide a summary of the main section of the business plan, and in the risk section of application form part B, you can actually leave it blank. So all the information is already in the business plan, so no need to add it again in the application form part B. So this is really to simplify the process for you, that these adaptations have been made.
So do not forget to cover the risk, those which are technical in the feasibility study and those which are related to financial matters in the business plan. It can be kind of summary. Obviously.
And operational in the feasibility study.
Thanks for adding it, Gianluca. So let's go to next question. By using a solar plant and produce hydrogen with it, do I only count on GHG emissions avoided from the production of hydrogen, or can I count the solar as well?
So, if it's not fully clear what is the principal product, if the principal product is only hydrogen, yes, you should count only greenhouse gas emissions avoided from the production of hydrogen in other ways. So you need to consider only, in the calculation, only the production of hydrogen. If, on the other hand, for instance, maybe with the solar energy plant, you produce also electricity for that you can use to dispatch electricity to the grid, in this case, probably your project will be hybrid, and so you need to do a combination of, use a combination of the different methodologies. But of course, it's important that you clearly define the principal product in the project.
Thanks, Gianluca. This was the last question? Okay, so I've been told this was the last question for this section, so now we have the right to have a break, so you can enjoy a coffee or a tea and stretch your legs. We are going to be back at 15:25, and there, so it's a bit more than 10 minutes, it's gonna be 15. Yeah, then we will have the last section where we will look at replicability, the bonus points, and then the deliverables and the milestones. And we will have as well another Q&A session. So see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon again. As we promised, 15:25, so we are on time to be back for the last session, where we are going to cover the last award criteria not covered so far, which is replicability, but also the bonus points. And then we will also have an overview of the mandatory milestones and deliverables. And now we're going to have Susanna Galloni as the only speaker. So Susanna, over to you.
Thank you, Maria, and welcome back, everyone. So the last award criterion is replicability. And actually, as a novelty this year, I would say that replicability has been split into 3 different parts, as we said this morning, similarly to project maturity, where we have technical, financial, and operational maturity. We have now efficiency gains and environmental impacts. We have further deployment, and also the contribution to Europe's industrial leadership and competitiveness. Each of these 3 are sub-criteria under replicability, but later on we will look at them in detail. Replicability were to include considerations about it. The most important document is the application form Part B, where there is a dedicated section on replicability, which has been updated considering the changes in the new call compared to the last one. What is similar yet different in the application, in the application form Part B, it is still present knowledge sharing, communication, dissemination, and visibility. However, as we heard this morning from Maria, one of the simplifications introduced in this call is that the knowledge sharing plan itself is no longer needed at submission. It's not a mandatory annex. Knowledge sharing, communication, dissemination, and visibility, as an outline, have to be covered in the application form Part B, but we will get back to that in a moment. As I said, the replicability is split into 3 sub-criteria. Let's look at the first one in detail, which is efficiency gains and environmental impacts. Under this sub-criteria, it will be evaluated how the project addresses possible resource constraints. And that can be done in different ways. For example, efficient use of resources, reduction in consumption of critical raw materials, sustainable biomass and other scarce resources, or other ways to address resource constraints that can be in terms of efficiency, circularity, recycling, and recyclability of such resources. This is the first aspect covered under this sub-criterion about possible resource constraints. The second aspect is about the potential of the proposed solution to address multiple environmental impacts. And that has to be in a, I would say in an holistic way, but in a different way compared to the possible environmental impacts that are covered under project maturity. It's at a larger scale, for example, increasing biodiversity protection, reducing land, air and water pollution. And you should focus first on the short and medium term, doing the transition to a climate-neutral economy, and then in the long term, in a climate-neutral economy. So how is your proposed solution addressing multiple environmental impacts, considering both short, medium term, and longer term? Once again, it's important that you always substantiate your comments as the project proposals will be assessed based on quality, soundness, and reliability of the information provided. And this is particularly the case under replicability. We will see later on a few examples of, let's say, very vague statements that we sometimes find in proposals that are not well substantiated, and therefore they're not credible. It is important to always substantiate your claims. The second sub-criterion, part of the replicability, let's say, family, is further deployment. You need to describe the potential of the proposed solution to be replicated in other sites. It's possible that there are plans to transfer to other sites that the applicant owns or that associates somehow to the project own, or to replicate further than that, regionally or across the EU or the EEA, or even globally, depending on what's relevant. You also need to describe the potential transfer that is beyond the sector where it is relevant, of course. Once again, substantiate the claim potential. Provide data, estimations on the locations, the preliminary budget, the production capacity, the related commercial activities, consequences on the sector as a whole, cooperation with other actors in the regional economy, and beyond that. The second important aspect when looking at the further deployment of the technology is to estimate the related expected contribution to emissions avoidance. And once again, depending on the replicability potential, you'll have associated emission avoidance resulting from that. It is important to underpin your estimations always with reliable and well-substantiated assumptions. It is understood that it's a bit at a high level, but it doesn't mean that it has to be vague. It has to be well substantiated and underpinned by solid calculations. Under further deployment, the knowledge sharing plan outline, so the content of the application form part B, will be analyzed by the evaluators. And we'll see later on more in detail the knowledge sharing plan outline. Sorry, shouldn't say a plan anymore, it's knowledge sharing plan outline. The third sub-criterion, part of the replicability, is the contribution to Europe's industrial leadership and competitiveness. According to the call text, there are a number of areas where the applicants can prove that the project will contribute to European industrial leadership and competitiveness. There are different ways to looking at that. One is the contribution to new industrial ecosystems, for example, creating clusters, or contribution to energy infrastructure development, for example, if there are projects connected to PCIs, which are projects of common interest. And these are examples. Another important aspect covered in the call text is the development of new IP rights, cooperation with universities, training of the actors that are involved, and the development of know-how in Europe during the project's operation. And this is somehow a novelty, especially for what concerns cooperation with universities and trainings. Further, another aspect covered in the call text is the resilience and due diligence on the supply chain with reference to responsible sources of raw materials, for example, looking at governance, conflict risk, human and social rights, environmental performance, water risk. Where relevant, the application should describe how the project will reduce sourcing of final products on their components on critical raw materials from countries on which the EU has dependency. And again, where relevant, depending on the project, that might be applicable or not. There is a very specific provision in the call text for the maritime sector. The contribution to Europe's industrial leadership and competitiveness is the ability to strengthen the EU maritime transport value chain, including port activities, increased competitiveness and job creation in the EU maritime sector, demonstrated coordination on the development of green corridors. This is included in the glossary call text, and I invite you to always make reference to the call text to find the relevant and important information. We have prepared a set of examples on these last sub-criterion because of its novelty. These are just say, examples of good practice and of ambiguous claims that are not substantiated and should be avoided because they are not credible as not substantiated. The negative examples apply to many projects. As you can read, they are really very, very common. For example, the project aims to work with local suppliers and can mobilize new partnerships. If not substantiated, this is just a statement, and it's not credible as such. Same as the other negative examples. On the positive examples, it really depends on the type of project. Might be projects that are connected to the PCIs or just for their nature. There are others that are clearly not, but in the list, you should be able to somehow find yourself and understand what's a good practice, which is always translated into explain well and substantiate well what are your claims. The next slide is again about examples in positive and negative. I would like to draw your attention to some novelties that some projects might find relevant because of their specificities. For example, in the first one of the positive examples, there's the project or the consortium members that participate in voluntary initiatives on due diligence, and there are examples there. In the negative, there are, again, claims that are very vague and not substantiated. Project will create many jobs for running the installation. Or even if you put a number, project will create 15 jobs for running the installation. This is just a statement. It's, if not better substantiated, is per se not really credible. And same as for the others. The project will be part of annual corporate report on corporate social responsibility. You need to provide further details, give a background, elaborate, and make the statement something that is well substantiated. Same for the other examples. The project will contribute to Net Zero Industry Act benchmarks for clean tech, which once again is just a statement. So we prepared the last two slides to provide examples on something which is a new sub-criterion, hoping to support you in the preparation of your application. There are certainly specificities for each project that we couldn't really cover in a couple of slides, but hopefully what's in here has provided at least an overall understanding of what's expected. Going back to knowledge sharing, it remains a fundamental aspect of the Innovation Fund. So as a novelty, and in order to simplify the preparation of the application, a knowledge sharing plan itself is not longer a mandatory annex as it was in the past. What's mandatory is an outline in the application form, Part B. Proposals that will be invited to grant agreement preparation will have to include the knowledge sharing plan as a deliverable at month 1. but not at the application stage. However, knowledge sharing, communication dissemination, and visibility remain critical elements of the Innovation Fund. In terms of knowledge sharing goals, it's very important to de-risk innovative low-carbon technologies in order to facilitate wide-scale commercialization. This is the ultimate objective. We need to increase confidence in these technologies for the wider public, facilitate public acceptance, and also one of the critical objectives of the knowledge sharing is to maintain a competitive market for the post-demonstration deployment of the technologies. In order to find information on knowledge sharing, communication, dissemination, and visibility, I invite you to check Annex 2 in the call document. This Annex 2 is specifically dedicated to knowledge sharing. Also as a reference, again, as a reference, not that you have to provide it, you can refer to the knowledge sharing report template. There is a link in the funding and tenders portal for you to take a look and have a better understanding of what's expected or what's knowledge sharing. One important point, because this was also a question that we received this morning, confidentiality will be ensured. So one of the objectives of the Innovation Fund is to ensure knowledge sharing, but always maintaining confidentiality. So even in the future for ongoing innovation project funds, the knowledge sharing activities are always presenting information in a way that is not possible to back engineer the source of information. So confidentiality is as important for you as it is for us. So what's expected in the application form Part B in terms of outline of the, you should have an outline of the activities, the content, the tools that will be used, the channels, the target groups for knowledge sharing that will go beyond the mandatory knowledge sharing requirements that you will have when signing the grant agreement. These are, you can see the examples on the slide. These are only examples that might be useful. Participation and organization of technical and scientific events, trainings, lectures, participation in working groups, participation in events, organization of site visits also for the general public, construction of a visitor center precisely for the general public. It is mandatory and important to always provide visibility to the EU source of funding. And this is something that, if successful, you will have to do. And you need to acknowledge that in your proposal. And once again, the quality and soundness and reliability of the information should be provided in the application, also when discussing knowledge sharing. As I mentioned earlier, the successful projects, the ones that will be invited to grant agreement preparation, so the successful proposals, a detailed knowledge sharing plan will be provided as a deliverable mandatory in the first month of implementation. So moving on to bonus points. There are 4 bonus points in the call text, very similarly to last year, with one difference. The first bonus point will be given to projects that will demonstrate net carbon removal. To demonstrate net carbon removal, the total project emissions have to be negative. And for energy-intensive industries projects, there are 2 important points. Negative emissions can only be claimed excluding any credit for timed operation, and the non-principal products are not allowed to be the only source of negative emissions in the projects. So when you will be performing the GHG calculations for your project, you'll find in the calculator a dedicated tab, net carbon removals, that you will have to complete, and also you will have to explain in the application form part B, section 8, which net carbon removals your project will bring to justify a claim for an additional bonus point. The second bonus point is for other GHG emission savings. This is, again, very similar, same as last year, even though there has been a tiny change in the methodology, which, as usual, you have to consult thoroughly. The other GHG savings are from emission sources that go beyond the boundaries established in the Renovation Fund greenhouse gas calculation methodology for the given sector. And then you can see in the slide a few examples. For example, emission due to transportation of raw materials or finished products, waste management, upstream emissions of fuels, etc. Similarly to bonus point 1, you need to provide information on bonus point 2, why you believe that your project deserves this additional bonus point in the application form part B, section 8, and there is a dedicated tab in the GHG emission calculator that you need to fill in. It is important to say, and this applies to at least 3 of the 4 bonus points, that they are not, well, actually it applies to the 4 of them, they are not award criteria. So there is no threshold, there is no other indication, it's something on top, in addition to the award criteria. There are projects that, because of their capacity to, let's say, deliver something extra, they will get a bonus point. The third bonus point has been slightly changed compared to last year. It is still about the use of electricity from additional renewable sources or from RFNBOs. But the change has been that only projects where the main innovation is on the electricity use, for example, electric arc furnaces, electrolyzers, CO2 capture and or use of that will use electricity, or RFNBO consumption, for example, for the production of sustainable transport fuels, are eligible. So this is the only case where the main innovation relies on electricity use, where it will be possible to have the bonus point 3 assigned to the proposal. And then there are 2 cases, two different but similar cases. The first one is on the commitment to use electricity from additional renewable sources. Okay? In this case, projects have to demonstrate that either they will produce themselves with their own new installations the additional renewable electricity, or that the electricity will be procured via the grid, via a power purchasing agreement, or that has to be already at the application substantiated somehow by an MOU or letter of intent for such PPA. The PPA might be needed in the future, definitely at entry into operation, so it might not be possible for applicants to already have one, depending on when entry into operation is expected. However, it's important that the claim is substantiated. We will procure our electricity via PPA. Here are letters of intent, so from providers or MOUs. When looking at the requirements to get bonus point 3, I would like to point out that the origin of the electricity has to be from additional sources. And it is mandatory to ensure alignment with Commission delegated regulation and to the Renewable Energy Directive on the definition of additional renewable electricity. It is important that in your application under Section 8, you clearly specify that the electricity will be of renewable origin and additional. And if it is your own product, you need to explain how. If it is procured by a PPA, you need to provide evidence for that. The second category of projects that can claim bonus point 3 is the ones that propose to consume renewable fuels of non-biological origins as defined in the Renewable Energy Directive and its delegated regulations to produce something else. As we said before, for example, for producing sustainable transport fuels. So in these two cases, either use of electricity from additional renewable sources or use RFNBOs, is possible for you to claim the additional bonus point 3. The last bonus point is dedicated to projects that belong to the maritime sector. So only projects that have a demonstrated potential for decarbonizing the maritime sector and reducing its climate impacts are eligible for bonus point 4. And it is important that only those in the maritime sector, not the projects that will have a potential positive impact on the maritime sector, indirect or even direct, but they are not in the maritime sector, they are not, they will not get the bonus point 4. Then moving on to my very last section, which is about the mandatory milestones and deliverables. They are clearly listed in the call text. However, we believe it is important to perhaps present them in a different way because it might be a little bit cumbersome to visualize the requirements in the call text into something practical, because they mandatory milestones and deliverables have to be evident in the work plan and in the work packages, activities, resources, and timing, part of the application form part B. And also they have to be evident, at least the most important milestones in the Gantt chart, which is, as we said earlier, a mandatory document. So in looking at one work package per work package, it is always possible to introduce additional work packages if that is well justified by the project. If you do introduce additional work packages to the mandatory ones, it has to be clear what's their objective and why they are there. Okay? Said it is possible, but it has to be evident why they are added. Today we are only looking at the mandatory ones. The first one, let's call it work package 1, is up to financial close. It will include all the activities planned up to reaching the financial milestone, which is financial close. Financial close is a mandatory milestone. What you see in the slide are only examples of milestones that are typical of innovation fund projects. It doesn't mean that they all apply to your project. What is mandatory is the financial close milestones. All the deliverables listed in this slide are mandatory. See, some of them are due at month 1. You can see that the knowledge sharing plan is requested there. As we said, only an outline in the application form part B is requested at submission, but at month 1, you will have to provide the full knowledge sharing plan and also the first knowledge sharing report. These are mandatory deliverables. similarly as for milestones, you need to introduce the deliverables and the milestones that are useful to ensure proper monitoring of your project. So in addition to the mandatory ones, you add the ones that you see needed, and they will be evaluated by the external experts to ensure project monitoring of the project. Then moving on to the second, to work package 2, which is the one that will cover the period from financial close to entry into operation. The mandatory milestone that has to be there is entry into operation. It's called milestone 9 in the slide that we are looking at. It doesn't have 9. It depends on the other milestones that you will introduce in your project implementation plan. The ones that you see here are the most common ones. The list is not exhaustive, and they are not mandatory. The only mandatory one is, once again, entry into operation. The list of deliverables is mandatory. They are all in the call text, and they all have to be included in the project implementation plan, together with the others that are necessary in your own project, once again, to ensure proper implementation and proper monitoring of the progresses of the project. There is one important deliverable that is the statement by an independent auditor on the difficult word, of the relevant cost calculation that has to be provided before entry into operation. We say at least 2 months before entry into operation to have the time to analyze it. And equally is to be, the GHG monitoring plan has to be submitted before entry into operation, because entry into operation is the moment where the Innovation Fund project will start operating and delivering GHG emission avoidance. During the monitoring period, which will last for all topics 5 years, with the exception of small-scale projects and pilot projects, where the monitoring period has to be only 3 years. Okay, this, you can find easily reference to the duration of the monitoring period in the call text. After entry into operation, there will be, for every year of operation, so every 12 months, a mandatory milestone at the to report on the achieved GHG emissions. Say we have targets to meet in terms of emission avoidance, and that's what the report is for. The report is prepared by you. Only at the end of the last year of operation, we will request a certified report. Okay. And in terms of knowledge sharing obligations that you might have seen in the previous 2 slides, also in Work Package 1 and in Work Package 2, during operation, they are requested at the end of the first year of operation, and then every second year. But every year, we require a mandatory milestone, end of the year of operation, and a mandatory deliverable, which is the annual GHG emission report that we will use to disburse your payment. The last year of operation can be year 5, as I said, for certain topics, can be year 3 for other topics, namely pilots and small scale require only 3 years of operation. There is a mandatory milestone, which is end of the last year of operation. That will be let's say, the closing milestone, the last one for the project. And for the last year operation, we will need the verified GHG emission report covering the entire monitoring period. And we will also request an update in terms of knowledge sharing. This is going to be very important because, as we said, knowledge sharing is a significant element of the Innovation Fund. You will also submit a report that will certify that you fulfilled the claims that you made under degree of innovation and replicability in the application. And for the clean tech manufacturing topic, a declaration on equipment, components, sources, the origin of them, but this is only for the clean tech manufacturing projects. And I hope that was helpful and clear. And it was my last slide. So Maria, back to you for questions.
Thank you very much, Susanna, for holding and doing the whole session by yourself. So thanks very much, appreciate it. We're going to have the last Q&A session. Namely, there will be questions on these criteria that have been presented, so replicability as well as bonus points, and then the mandatory milestones. I don't know whether there's also some other additional questions which may have stay. So first one, will support be available for manufacturing investments without a research and development component? I don't know if maybe Gianluca, you want to take this one?
Just a second. Yes, so projects aimed at investing for the construction and operation of manufacturing facilities to produce components, for instance, on renewables, on electrolyzers, fuel cells, heat pumps, and energy storage, can be funded under the topic manufacturing. So you can submit projects under this topic where the focus is on investment in manufacturing facilities. And there is no need, of course, to have research and development components in the project itself.
Thank you, Gianluca. Okay, another question on which it looks like this is more for Alexandre, but let's see. What if I apply as a joint venture with 2 or more shareholders, but before financial closure, only one shareholder remains or the applicant's legal structure has changed? Is this possible, or would it be advisable to apply as a standalone entity if joint venture structure is not yet in place?
I think the principle is that you are free to propose the best way to structure your project. So we do not have a predetermined way in which you should form your project. There are cases where forming a JV can be beneficial. For example, if you expect you need a supply, a feedstock that has limited supply. So in that case, if you join forces with a partner that can provide that, a supplier that can be beneficial to your project. So that's in that way, you are free to decide that it's better to form a JV and to apply as such. In other cases, you can apply on a standalone basis. If you are a JV, there also could be disadvantages. Maybe the decision making is more complex. To raise the financing is also a bit more difficult. So it's really up to you to come with the best way to come with a realistic project. Now, I think one also element is that if you decide to form a JV, it's good and it's advisable in your application that you provide a preliminary terms of the contract that you will have with this joint venture partner. And from your question, it seems that you still are a bit in a hesitation. So I think that before you apply, you need to have a clear perspective. I mean, on how you are going to organize your project. So ideally, I already discuss with your potential JV partner and come with preliminary terms, because this would give, a stronger feel and more credibility to your project.
Thank you, Alexandre. Okay, next question. Does the supplier of innovative technologies have to be in a consortium for the project to be accepted, or does the project owner suffice?
This is very much similar to what I answered before, so I think we don't need to repeat the message.
Thank you, Alexandre. Okay, this is some bonus points. So if a project produces a renewable fuel that can be used to decarbonize the maritime sector, but the investment is only directed to the plant that produces such fuel, is it eligible for the bonus point 4?
Yeah, thanks, Maria. So, no, in principle, bonus point 4 cannot be claimed for such a project because based on the short summary, of course, only on this, based on this, it seems that it is more project on refineries. So, because the main product, the main activity is the production of fuel, so it seems more a project suitable for the refinery sector, so under energy-intensive industry. And only maritime projects, only projects that submitted under maritime sectors are eligible for bonus point 4. So if the main focus is the production of the fuel, even if it's the maritime sector, yeah, they cannot. The bonus point 4 cannot be claimed.
Thank you, Gianluca. That was clear. Okay, next one. Up to the financial close, can you already include ordering and prepayment for orders to the supplier?
Okay, yeah, I will take this one. I think it's important that this is clear. As we indicated, the eligibility condition is that you may not submit an application if you have already reached financial close before you submit the application. So that's really the eligibility threshold, if you like, if you can apply or not. So you may not have reached financial close before you apply. Now, but you should not confuse that with the eligibility of costs. And here it's not, the red line, if you like, is not financial close, but it's the date of submission of your, or the moment you submit your application. That's the red line. So if you have incurred any cost before application, this cost will not be eligible for the relevant cost calculation. And then maybe I can explain a bit further here. You will find more details in the relevant cost guidance, because you indicate if there's an order that has been made before. And actually, yes, I mean, you could make an order or you could sign a contract before the application date. That is allowed. However, the key point to look at is whether if the equipment has been delivered before, or if the service has been performed before, or if you have made prepayment before the application date, or if you have issued an invoice before the application date, then all these costs will not be eligible. But you may have, a contract already signed, but with so payments that are contractually foreseen after the application submission date, these costs would be eligible. So it's really very important to pay attention to the guidance that we provided in the relevant cost guidance. So please carefully look at that.
Thank you, Alexandre. Okay. Is the contribution to Europe's industrial leadership to be understood as how the project will help boost market shares in a given sector for Europe compared to other markets abroad, such as the US or China? Who wants to take that one?
Thank you. Yes, we heard this morning the policy indications on what is expected, and my understanding is that indeed the objective is to boost European competitiveness against competitors. A clear example is PV manufacturing in China.
Okay, thanks, Susanna. Do we have other questions? Yeah. Is it acceptable, it seems to be on the structure of the project, a slight overlap between work package 1 up to financial close and work package 2 from financial close to entry into operation? For instance, the FEED could be achieved, not the whole financial close, and the applicant might advance with site preparation works at its own risk to prevent time constraints?
I can try to reply, and then Alexandra will, I'm sure, complement. No, it's not. I mean, it might be acceptable, but it's not advisable. We advise to have one work package up to financial close and one up to entry into operation. Yeah, of course, it's need to have FID before financial close. This is definitely possible. However, the way in which the grant agreement and the program is structured is such that we need to have a clear milestone when reaching financial close and entering into operation. So it's best not to have any overlap. And then if you want to advance, that's once you have reached final investment decision, I think that's possible, but I leave that to Alexandre.
Yeah, well, in principle, you need a final investment decision at financial close. So you need to have reached that step. It's one of the steps of financial close. The definition is more wider than just an FID. You also need to have in place the permits. You also need the financing agreements. You also need the contracts with the major counterparties, suppliers, off-takers, construction contractors. So to reach that big step, financial close, we really want projects that are going to start construction, that are going to be implemented. FID is a must-have. That being said, you could request a work package that would be completed before financial close. But for financial close, you will expect to have a final investment decision in place.
Thank you. We have another question over the whole cycle of the projects. When are going the payments of the Commission made? I think this was...
Yeah, I can take that, or again, Alexandre, payments when we made when reaching milestones. This is how we pay. And this is why in the structure that is suggested, you have a mandatory milestone at the end of work packages. So end of work package 1 up to financial close, mandatory milestone, commission payment. Entry into operation, milestone, commission payment. And is the same for the other mandatory milestones. After entry into operation, when yearly you will have to report on the GHG emission avoided. It is possible to introduce other work packages, but I don't know if Alexandra, you would like to add something.
No, it's only to add and say exactly as you said. And in addition, there are some rules as to the amounts that you can claim. So maximum 40% up to financial close, and at least 10% of the grant that you request after entry into operation. That means up to 90% during both development and construction phase.
It seems this is the last question we have for today. So it's again on bonus points. If only a small part of the project is leading to a net carbon removal, CCS project with feedstock, 10% biomass and 90% fossil, can it be eligible to the bonus point 1?
So I can try to reply to this one. So according to the methodology and to be considered net carbon removal, to be considered net carbon removal projects, projects should have must deliver net negative emissions. In order to claim this net carbon removal, applicants should calculate the adjusted relative greenhouse gas emissions avoidance. So the calculation is provided in the methodology. There are certain conditions in order to do this calculation, and basically this value for the whole project should be over 100%. So if in this case we are talking about only a small part of the project, I mean, we can anticipate that it probably will not be eligible for bonus point 1. But this is based only on this, the short description here. So, yeah.
Thank you. They are telling me that with this we will close this question and answer session. Just for your information, I think we have received around 450 questions, and more than 80% have been answered today by colleagues in the back office and the others in the Q&A session. So I think this is, a high rate of return. And those who have not been answered has been namely because we consider the topics were covered during the information sessions and you had the information there. You will receive still for those kind of a standard reply. And obviously, if you consider that the information is not among what we have presented to you today or the information which is going to be made available online, you can always send a question to the help desk. I don't know, do we have the slide still for the feedback or not? Yeah, okay, so you can have still feedback on a Slido if you want on the day, so we will consider it for future opportunities, and we thank you in advance. Again, once more, if you have an interest on becoming an evaluator, on you now experts who could have an interest, please share this news among your network, because we keep on needing to enlarge and to renew our pool of experts with whom we work. And yes, last but not least, from here, we would like to thank you for being with us during such a long day. We know it has been heavy in terms of information provided. We hope this is going to be useful for you in the coming months to prepare proposals. Once more, you have a lot of information available online or that will be made available online. The same applies to the recordings of the day and the slides. Thanks again to the big team that we have here, because technically we have colleagues who have made this possible, being on the technical side. We have those colleagues who have been in the background answering the questions, and then the few that we have put the faces here, but we are a minority. Just to let you know, for those who are interested on the batteries, tomorrow at 9:30, we will have a half-day info day on specifically on this battery call. So yeah, we hope to see you, those who are there, and I think with this we close before the foreseen time, and we wish you a very good rest of the day and evening. Thank you.